Okay, hello, good morning everyone. So I hope naririnig po ako ng lahat. Okay, so before we start, make sure to click already the manage access so that it will be visible to my end. Kasi so far, Facebook user po yung iba sa akin. Okay? So please make sure that you open it. I mean, you access or you accept the manage access. Okay? Ayan. Alright, clear po. Okay, so pasensya na po if we are about late because nagulat din ako, nawalan ako ng internet connection. So, kailangan ko pa lumipat sa ibang bahay to have my internet connection because they are using DC Tech. So, I'm using that for a while. So, I'll be just contacting the PLDT what's going on in here. Alright, and nag-live naman ulit ako. 'Pag live, ayaw mag-click ng broadcast, Diyos ko day. Go live, okay. Ayaw po talaga niyang ma-click, okay. So once again, good morning to everybody. And yes po, visible po kayo, Ma'am Almarie. Good morning. Alright, good morning as well to everybody. Okay, so let's just wait for the others for a bit. Kasi for us, as of this time, we are only 28. Okay? Ayan, pa-pray po kami sa lahat, no, ma'am or sir. Okay, nasa simbahan daw po sila for Bible service po for today. Kaya napakagandang gawain po niyan. Good morning, sir. Nakasali na din sa live. Lagi po kasi akong team replay dahil sa work. Ayan, hello po sa inyo, Sir Christian. Okay, so yung mga nag-add sa akin sa Facebook, na-accept ko na yata lahat. Okay, as far as I remember, parang na-accept ko na po lahat. Okay, ayan. So good morning once again to everybody. So I'm not going to introduce myself again. So let's just watch the video so that you will be aware who I am. Okay, for a second. All right. So you can call me Coach Anton or Antonio if you want, or Coach Sol because that is how people called me. Ayan. So pasensya na po ano sa mga nag-PM, hindi ko po agad ma-attend yung mga queries or questions nyo because madami din po kasi nag-PM, no? So, ayan. So, pasensya na po kung hindi ko man ma-replyan agad-agad ang lahat. Okay? Ayan. So once again, good day to everybody. And today is August 8th. All right. And we will continue our lesson discussion for today. Okay. Ayan. So a little bit of disclaimer lamang po. If ever that medyo hindi clear yung boses ko or you are confused because my voice is something how glitching, please comment agad-agad po tayo dito sa comment section so that I will be aware, okay? Para hindi po tayo yung repetitive, no? Ayan. Okay? So, always remember that everything comes for a reason. Okay? August 7 po today. I am sorry. Bakit 8 yung nilagay ko? Wait lang ha. 8 ba nilagay ko sa caption ng live na to? Wait lang ha. Pati date 'no, kasi sa apartment ko hindi ko sure kung umaga na ba or gabi. Alam mo yung feeling na gano'n na paglabas mo, "Ay tanghali na ba?" Okay, wait lang. O 'di ba, page unresponsive. My goodness, wait lang. Kakanina pa 'to, eh. Hindi ko alam ano nangyayari sa StreamYard. I asked multiple, people 'no, kung meron ba silang offered StreamYard license. Wala daw silang gano'n. Baka may kakilala po kayo na puwede kong pag-availan. Anong link? Alright. So, pasensya na po ano, if ever that my voice is not that clear, if ever. Ano pong link, Ma'am Yvonne? August 7, okay, that's noted po. Pasensya na po if 8 po yung nalagay ko sa comment section. I mean sa caption. Wait lang ha, check ko lang. August 8, okay, wait lang. Ano ko muna, tawag nito, rename. August 8. Wait lang. Okay, ayan. Na-change ko na po. It's August 7. Ayan. So, do not be confused if ever po putol-putol po yung ano natin ha. Tawag nito, yung ating live because ganun po talaga yung restriction ni StreamYard. So, kapag limit na po sa time, of course, we have to create another broadcast. Okay? Ayan. Ay, sorry po, akala ko kasi di ako visible. Visible na po kayo. So once again, thank you so much everybody for your patience while waiting for me. So pasensya na po kung hindi ko po ma-attend lahat ng mga queries or questions because ang dami po talaga nag-PPM, ano? So I also need to reply one by one, especially for those people na hindi pa nakasali, ngayon pala nakasali. Yes po, Ma'am Pao, you are visible in my enta po. All right. So, good morning once again, and let's move. Yes, blessed Sunday to everybody. Ayan. Taglit lang, where's my eyeglasses? All right, so before we start, now let's put ourselves in the presence of Almighty. I know that we have different religion. You may also have your own prayer. We'll having our opening prayer. For Catholics, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. Lord, thank you for the gift of life, the wisdom, and for today. I know that we are suffering from different circumstances, but I know because of your wisdom, we are here and we are guided and protected. We are asking, Lord God, for forgiveness that we are committing every day since we are committing unconscious and conscious mistakes every day. Lord, since we are asking for this forgiveness, we are also asking for your protection for our family, especially that we are facing different diseases right now in the world. Lord, we are also asking that during the examination, I hope that this group of people will use your wisdom to find the correct answers and they will interpret each of the question in a way that it will be simpler into their end. Lord God, I know that we are in different families, religion, tribes, and cultures that may be a hindrance for us to be able to understand each of the questions. But I know, Lord God, because of your guidance and protections as well as your wisdom, we can collide into one idea. Lord God, this is our prayer and this is what we ask for you. In Jesus Christ, our Lord, Amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, Amen. So once again, good morning, everyone. Praise be Jesus and Mary, now and forever. Okay, saglit lang po. Take lang muna ako ng picture. Send ko lang ka, coach. All right. Sir, medyo static kasi kahapon, unstable net ko. Are you going to give us handouts po, 'di ba? Yes, but not what we are discussing right now, okay? I'll be giving every end of the session. Let's say for example today, Saturday and Sunday, we end, no? Since this is our session, first session is 6, second session is 7. Therefore, mamaya po I'll be posting tawag nito, questions, no? Soft copy. So I'll be posting it here in our group. That's for free and that is 130 questions. Okay, so with answer key na po yan. Okay, but don't worry, we will going to, we will start again the questions run through. Okay, before we go on to our next topic. Okay, ayan. Okay, sige, let's start. So yung iba hindi daw makakapag-attend because of work and family Sunday daw nila. So review na lang daw nila mamayang gabi and that's no problem at all po, ano? We totally understand that at all. All right. Sige, let's begin. Okay, so again, reminders to everybody that these questions, no, are actually based not only to my knowledge. Therefore, all of the questions given to you are based from different sources and books, no, because this is my training way back then, not just in 2018, but as well as to my college days, no, from first year until fourth year, we are being asked that before we answer each of the questions in the test questions, we must make it sure that it is supported with different sources. As well as during my review, all of my answers are based on the sources. Okay? So we are also being tasked in the SG before special group that it is important that we must use different references before we start answering each of the oral recitation, because we are asked also to do oral recitation every end of the review. Okay, so that is why in my end I make sure that each of the questions presented to you are based from not just one sources but multiple of sources. Ayan. So please be guided with that. Okay, all right, now yes, this is my reminders as well that please do not search muna. Please use independent learning. That means to say you have to use only your thinking skills, okay? Your analysis, okay? Analysis based muna tayo, and every after the sessions, you may also do your own research, okay? Okay, so same as yesterday, before we start, please comment now your name together with the year, LPT, and English Warrior. Okay, so I claim that all of the people who comment in here will pass the September 2022 licensure examination. So I'll give you 1 minute to type and comment your full name together with our famous tagline. Okay, please do it now. 1 minute starts now. All right. Ayan. Okay, that's good. I hope nag-take na po kayo ng breakfast, no? Ako mamaya na lang. Ayoko kasi mabusog kasi 'pag nabusog ako, ang ending ay anong tawag dun, makakatulog ako, inaantok, aantukin, ayan, ano ba? Okay, ayan. Alright, okay, that's good. Alright. Ay, kumakain po ako ngayon, sir. Sana all. Anong ulam? Charis. Okay, so congratulations in advance, no, for those people who commented in here. Coffee lang po muna tayo, sir, at pandesal. Yan, pwede po yan, no? Laban English Warriors. Yes, yan po yung famous tagline natin, ha? Okay. I hope nandito na si Ma'am Rica Melendez, no? Okay, sino po ba yung mga nag-PM? Ayan, sana nandito na po sila 'no. Wa pa'y breakfast bag-o gyud abot gikan simba full with blessing I prayed all of us pastalat. Ay, ang ganda niyan. Okay. Ayan, nagluluto agahan while listening. Okay, that's good. All right. So good morning once again to everybody. Okay, and congratulations to everybody in here, no? Ayan. Okay. Now, 3 a.m. na po tayo nakatulog because I already finalized the questions that will be sent. It's not sent, but present, no? Yun palang term. Ayan, bangag ka, sir. Ayan. So, it will be presented to our next sessions, no? It's about model structures kasi ang hirap gumawa ng question, especially for rules of grammar na ang pinag-uusapan, especially for the models, no? Ang hirap po ng bagong model na ating susundan kasi ito po yung model na kung saan I guess lang naman no that the author of these model structures no siya din yung isa sa mga it's not proponent but someone who proposed this set of questions to be used in let. So, ganun kasi ako 'no, hindi ako nakakatulog 'pag may mga questions na gusto ko talagang hanapin, okay, as well as the author and the source, no, and meron na ako nakitang sources, so we will be using that one. Okay. All right. Okay, good morning sir. Kakauwi lang galing wet market. Ayan. Okay, galing pala nag-ano si ma'am. Si Chomsky ba yan, sir? Hindi po. Alright. So, iba po yung author, no, ng model structures na nakuha ko. One of prominent authors here in the Philippines. Because as far as I know, though their name is very autonomous, hindi po na anonymous as well. We are not really familiar with those people who created the questions. But in my end talaga no, naghahanap ako ng mga libro, no? Ayan. Okay. Now, thank you so much for your cooperation. So I guess we will start. So before we go on and continue to this new set of question, we will have a run through of our question yesterday. Okay? So I'll be giving you only 20 seconds lang. After 20 seconds, next page na po tayo so that you will be having an idea kung ano mangyayari no sa ating let. Okay? Ayan. So let's start everyone. I hope that you are all ready. Okay, well set na. And kapag sinabi kong comment agad sa answer, comment agad. Okay, so for number one, what is the answer? Okay, what is the Asian theory that states historical events which were merely exaggerated? A, B, C, or D? Anong tagot? Okay, comment, comment, comment. Bilis, 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 bilis. 20 seconds lang po ha, ang ibibigay ko. Hindi pa nakaka-comment ang iba. Okay, comment na po. Bilisan natin ng kaunti. Yan, pasensya na po ano, kung may naririnig kayong banda. Kasi meron palang church day ngayon sa ibang religion, no? Okay. Konti pa lang nagko-comment. Asa na yung iba? Okay, very good. The answer in here, number one is letter B, which is humorism. Take note of the following keyword: merely exaggerated. States historical event which merely exaggerated. Okay? Alright. Oh, letter B po ang tamang sagot. Okay, sa mga nag-answer po ng letter A, take note that the answer is letter B, which means merely exaggerated. Okay? Eumerism, a Greek who lived in 325 and 275 BC, maintained that all myths arise from historical events which were merely exaggerated. Okay? The answer is letter B. Okay, let's move. Number two, what is the modern theory that states all myths arise from an attempt to explain traditional phenomena? A, B, C, or D? What's the answer? 20 seconds. Okay, bilisan natin. Bilis, bilis. Ayan. Okay, pasensya na po kayo sa banda, no? Hayaan nyo na lang po kasi maganda din naman siya pakinggan kasi hindi po siya pang rock but religion o worship songs. Ayan, so nakikita ko 'no na meron pa ring nagkakamali. Okay, I do not know why, maybe because hindi sila naka-attend kahapon or nakalimutan lang or hindi na-take note. Okay, so for number two, the correct answer is naturalism. Okay, that is letter A. In this hypothesis, all myths are thought to arise from an attempt to explain natural phenomena. People who believe in this theory narrow the source of myths by tracing their origins from the worship of the sun or the moon. Okay? Hindi naman po naririnig. So, ay, thank you naman, hindi naririnig. Okay. At least boses ko lang pala ang naririnig. Okay? So, again, the correct answer in here is letter A. Number three. Okay, what is the modern theory that states all the myths are invented to accompany and explain religious ceremonies? Letter A, offering. B, traditional ritual. C, ritualism. Letter D, praising anitos. Okay, number three na tayo. Please comment now your answers. Okay, pagkita sa question at pagkita sa option, diretso na. Chine-check ko talaga ano, 'pag may nagkakamali pa. It's okay if magkaiba kayo ng sagot ha, para mas maalala if ever magkamali. Okay. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The correct answer is letter C, which means ritualism. So, according to this theory, all myths are invented to accompany and explain religious ritual. They describe the significant events which have resulted in a particular ceremony. Okay, so very good for number three. Now, let's move number four. Okay, what is the modern theory that states myths are essential part of all developing societies? Letter A, naturalism. Letter B, culture phenomena. Letter C, evolutionism. Letter D, communities development. What's the answer? Okay, uwi na po muna kayo, ma'am. Okay, ma'am Jonalyn. Okay, so I'm driving later pag-uwi ko comment ako. Okay, makinig na lang po kayo Ma'am Jonalyn ha. Okay, 20 seconds starts now. Ay, nakaka-happy ano kasi ang bilis ng mga comment. Good job. Okay, very good. Walang nagkamali at nakalimot. Good job, fresh na fresh pa sa mga brain cells natin. Good job. Sana hindi talaga makalimutan pati sa let, ha? Okay, the correct answer in here is letter C, which means evolutionism. Okay, meat making occurs at the center stage in the evolution of the human mind. So, meat are therefore as essential part of all developing societies, and the similarities from one culture to the next can be explained by relatively limited number of experiences open to such communities when meats are arise. Okay? The correct answer is letter C, which means evolutionism. Okay, no problem po. No worries po, Sir Araneta. Ay, thank you, Ma'am Pao. Okay, now let's move number 5. Tama ba? Number 5? Or number 4 pa tayo? Wait lang ha. Hala, wait lang po. Okay, number 5. What is the modern theory that states feelings emerge into consciousness under various disguises of one which is a myth? A, B, C, or D? Comment now. Okay, ayan, nakaka-happy, no? Hindi ko na naaabutan yung ibang comment. So, sobrang bilis. A yan, sir. Just woke up. Oh, very good, Ma'am Christine. Kasi hindi mo nakalimutan yung mga questions natin. Okay? Ayan, nakaka-happy 'no, kasi meron ng A, Sigmund Freud by proponent. Good job. Okay, so for this one, the correct answer is letter A, which means Freudianism. Okay, that means this. You're right, no? That the proponent is Sigmund Freud, the founder of the modern psychology. Again, the founder of modern psychology interpreted the dreams of his patients, no? He found great similarities between them and ancient myth. No, Freud believes that certain infantile are repressed. Okay, they are limited from the conscious mind but continues to exist within the individual in some other form. Sometimes these feelings emerge into consciousness under various disguises, one of which is the myth. Okay, so again, the correct answer for this is Freudianism. Sino po yung proponent? Sigmund Freud. Okay? Ano po ba si Sigmund Freud? Sino po ba siya? Siya po ang founder of modern psychology. Okay? Ayan, sir, nasa panaginip ko po ang discussion. Okay, ang galing mo po kasi. Thank you so much po. Magaling po tayong lahat po sa English warrior. Okay? Alright, so let's have number 6. Okay. What is the modern theory that states that people have a collective unconscious which we inherit genetically? A, B, C, or D? Ayan. Please comment now. Ayan. Okay. Very good. Yan. May paganyan-ganyan na, no? Bye. Confident na confident. Confident. Okay. Very good. At saka good job sa mga naka-take note, no? Okay. May nag-PPM sa akin na nag-take note daw talaga sila. Okay. Yung iba naman sinusulat talaga yung answer key. Good job po, no? Okay. Ayan. 10. 10 seconds left. Okay, very good. So I hope no na-accept niyo na po yung permission ng manage access kasi yung iba, Facebook user hindi ko po makita yung mga pangalan nila. Okay, sayang naman kung hindi ko po kayo ma-acknowledge. Okay, ayan sige, very good. Okay, very good 'no, nag-take note pati daw ang sagot, good job. Ibang-ibang level si Sir Marky 'no, talagang grabe yung patience 'no. Question and answer talaga yung ang sinulat niya. Okay, for this one, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, the correct answer in here, you are right. The answer is Jangyan. Hala, tama ba? Wait lang. Ayun, tama nga. Jungian archetypes, okay? Letter C kasi nandito sa akin. But anyway, it's letter A. And the presentation in projected image, it's letter A. Okay? Now, sino po yung proponent nito is si Carl Jung, no? And Carl Jung is a prominent psychologist. Again, take note of the drill. Okay, this is a prominent psychologist who believe, no, and accepted Freud's theory. However, no, siya po ay nagbigay ng this argument, no? Nagbigay po siya ng argument as well because the argument of Freud is not as same as with him. Okay? Because according to Carl Jung, he did not believe that it went far in explaining the striking similarities between the motifs found in the ancient theories and those of his patient, similar with Freudianism. Okay? And of course, Carl Jung believes onto what we call collective unconscious, which we inherit genetically. Okay? Alright, so that is the correct answer, Junggian archetype. Sino po yung proponent nito? Si Carl Jung. Sino po si Carl Jung? Prominent psychologist. Ano po ba yung contribution niya sa modern theories? Yung contribution niya po is about discussing about collective unconsciousness, wherein he explained different striking similarities between motives and belief, wherein naniniwala siya sa Freud. It's just that merong mga parte doon na hindi po siya naniniwala. Okay? Ayan. Alright. So again, that is the correct answer. Carl Jung po tayo. Okay? Alright. Now let's move. Okay, what is a modern theory that state all human beings, no? Behavior, the way we eat, we talk, dress is a pattern in the code which have part of the characteristic of language. Letter A, Finner. Letter B, structuralism. Letter C, forensic linguistic. Letter D, forensic stylistics. Okay, very good. Ayan. Mhm. Okay, good job. Nakaka-happy 'no, kasi talagang alalang-alala yung mga discussion kahapon, very good. Okay, you still have few seconds. So, sa mga bago pa lang naka-attend 'no, okey lang po magkaiba po kayo ng sagot 'no, kasi 'pag nagkamali tayo mas naaalala natin yung tamang sagot, okay? Unlike for those who attended yesterday, so talagang confident na confident yung iba dito. All right, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The correct answer in here is structuralism. Okay, so please take note that this theory is a fairly recent development and is closely allied with research of linguists. That means to say, according to this theory, all human being, no, as well as human behavior, the way we eat, dress, and speak is patterned into codes which have characteristic of language, no? To understand the real meaning of meat, therefore, we must analyze it linguistically. Ayan. So, ayan, na-discuss ko na po kasi ito rationalize, no? It's already being rationalized. So, in this case, no, we just have to run through the question. Drill po ito. Okay? Yes, Ma'am Rebecca, kitang-kita ko po kayo. Okay? Oh, yes, road to top 1. Any slots po sa rank 1 to 10, no? Sana may makapasok tayo. Okay? Sige. Asan na ba yung ruler ko? Ayan. Now, let's have number 8. What is the modern theory that states myths must be examined from their story individually to see how they began and evolved? A, B, C, or D? What's your answer? Yes po, Ma'am Cecile, visible po kayo. Ma'am Josh siya as well. Okay, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. The correct answer in here is historical critical theory. It's letter, let me see in here in projected image, letter C. Okay, this theory maintains that there are a multitude of factors which influence the origin and development of meat, and that no single explanation will suffice. But then we must examine each story individually to see how it began and evolved. So that is historical critical theory. Though if there is no such thing like critical, you may also take a look with analysis. No, kasi in let no, they may also find. I mean, they find also of changing terms. So sometimes instead of critical, they use the word analysis. No, historical analysis theory. Okay, so either of the two, historical critical or historical analysis. So please take note of that. So again, letter C ang tamang sagot. Okay, now let's move. All right, number 9. Who is the mythological character that is associated with Chinese cultures and far-breathing creature to represent good luck or that represent good luck? A, B, C, or D? Okay, pinakamadali ito, no? Dalawang beses ito inulit, umaga at saka afternoon kahapon. Okay, paki-like po ako ng live natin or heart para po it will notify some tawag nito some viewers no or some enrollees natin. Okay, so paki-heart or like po ng ating live para po ma-notify yung ibang mga kuan talaga yung term ko no, mga viewers or enrollees. Okay, baka natutulog pa yung iba. Okay, very good. Okay, good job. All right. Now, the correct answer in here is letter B, dragon. Again, pag wala yung dragon, ano nga ulit yung isasagot natin instead? Okay. Pag walang dragon, ano yung isasagot natin? That's correct. The answer po is dragon. What if wala si dragon? Ano yung isasagot? Ayan, si Azuri or Azure, no? Azure Dragon. Ano nga yung power ni Azuri Dragon? Ano po yung power niya? Ayan, controls the weather. Very good. Ayan, pag wala ang dragon si Azuri. Okay, si Azuri po ay dragon that controls the weather. Okay. Ayan, nakaka-happy 'no, kasi naaalala niyo. Okay, very good. Alright. Okay, sige, let's move. Controls the weather. Good job. Okay, here. Who is the mythology character that represent beauty, goodness, and strength? And during the Middle Ages, this also refers to love and purity. Comment your answer now. Okay, baka may sumagot na naman ng Pegasus. Let me check. Meron ba? Ay, salamat. Wala. Ay, bakit may D ako nakita? Let me see. O, number 9? Number 10 na po tayo. Okay, ayan. The correct answer is letter C, which means unicorn. Okay, unicorn po ang tamang sugot, ha? The unicorn is a mystical animal that is found in methodologies of many different cultures throughout the world, no, representing beauty, goodness, and strength. And this legendary creature appears in art, folklore, and literature. So during the Middle Ages, the unicorn was a symbol of love and purity. Take note, during the Middle Ages, no, the unicorn was a symbol of love and purity. While Pegasus is being used as a tool for the gods and goddesses to fight back with the demons or any evil spirits, no, let's say for example how they destroy some of the mythological character that may be a hindrance and a destroyer of the world. Okay, so ginamit nila si Pegasus. Okay, sino po yung may pakpak, si unicorn o si Pegasus? Okay, bakit ako may nakakita si unicorn may pakpak daw? Sir, magkaiba yung choices. Ah, sa screen ko nasa DC Unicorn. Paano po yun nangyari, Ma'am Christine? Yes, Ma'am Julie, it is English major po. Ayun. Okay, winged, no? Winged mythological character that is for Pegasus. Okay? Take note of that. All right. Okay, so let's move. Okay, who is a mythology character that is a hostile and keeper of buried treasure and in the dark caves? No, letter A, dwarf. Letter B, troll. Letter C, snake. Letter D, hydra. 20 seconds starts now. Please comment now. Ano daw? Hero po sir, pa-approve naman po sa major English na group. Natanggap po ako ha. Ano daw? Saglit lang ha. Meron pa palang hindi nakakasali. Paano po? Bakit na-remove sa mga racial? Hindi ako sure dito ha. Wait lang, ginoo ko. Wala po kasi akong access 'no, sa pag-accept at saka pag-remove. Okay, kasi yung main admin natin is yung head natin si Coach Sepe. Okay? Okay, so the correct answer in here is letter B, which is troll. Now, according to Scandinavian folklore, trolls are hostile creatures who live inside dark caves in the mountains. So there are keepers of buried treasures such as silver and gold, and are known for their pointed ears, long noses, and large teeth. They can live for 500 years and are impassable to kill, for they have ability to regenerate or regrow a lost of severed body part in a matter of days. However, we can ano nga po ulit para mamatay si troll? Anong dapat nating tanggalin sa kanya? Paa ba, kamay? Okay, pa-comment po ako, bilis-bilisan natin ng kaunti. Ang snake, sir, marami sa mga uy, grabe si Ma'am Ana Flores. Okay, yung mga friends daw niya. Okay, mga snakes. Putulin ang ulo. Very good, no? We need to beheaded, no? Beheaded the troll, no? Para hindi na po mag-regenerate, no? Wala po silang capacity to regenerate their head. Therefore, we need to cut down the head of chop talaga ang term ni Sir Bern, no? Chop the head. Ayan. Okay, so we need to cut down, all right, or of course, it's just troll wanna have fun. Okay, so that is for the troll. Okay, good job, everybody. Okay, ulo po ang tatanggalin, ha? They don't have the capacity to regenerate their heads. Okay? All right. Now, who is the mythology character that is a spirit from Arab and Muslims that inhabits the earth and can assume human or animal form? A, B, C, or D? Yes, Ma'am Raquel, visible na visible po kayo sa akin. Ayan, very good, Ma'am Josh. Josh na or Josha? Wait lang ha. Ma'am Josha, ayan. Yung iba kasi no mga Chinese, meron din Chinese na name. So, ang hirap bigasin. Sir, may-record yung kahapon. Yes po, meron po. Ma'am, sino to? Ma'am Jobeline. So, part 1 and part 1.2. Okay, yan po yung file name talaga 'no, video name. Okay, sana yung iba hindi pa nagko-comment yung iba, bilis-bilisan po natin mag-comment. Lalabas ako sa screen ninyo 'pag hindi kayo nag-comment. Bilis-bilisan na natin ng kaunti. Kung ayaw niyo maging genie ako for this time. Okay. All right. So, yes, very good, Mom Christine. No, genie are three types of one has wings. They look like snakes and dogs, or a combination of two, no? Snakes or dogs at the same time. Ayan, very good. Okay. So, for number 12, the correct answer in here is letter B. However, someone, or let's just say, for example, someone is somehow confused, no? Because in there, in her perspective, that the correct really is Jean instead of Genie. But take note, in my source of book, no, according to my book, the correct answer is genie, no? Whether it is American English or British English, no? This is actually based from multiple sources, no? A genie is a spirit from Arab and Muslim folklore that inhabits the earth and can assume human or animal forms, no? Okay. Now, in modern days, as well as in films, they use the spelling Genie, no? Or genie. See the attached photo to indicate the source of the information. So, ayan, let me gonna read to everybody. Okay, wait for a while. Now, genie, okay, plural form is gene, okay, also called as genie or Genie. So, either of their spellings, no, they portray the same characteristic according to American English literature. No, now according to American English literature, genie, the plural form is jinn, also called as genie. In Arabic, genie and in Arabic mythology, a spirit inhabiting the earth but unseen by humans, capable assuming various forms and exercising extraordinary powers. Belief in genie was common in pre-Islamic Arabia, where they were thought to inspire poets and soothsayers. No? Now, additional for that, Genie, jinn, dijin, or dijin, adopted from an Arabic word from demon, usually represented in our alphabet as genie. Okay, this word is spelled a variety of ways in English, included the word genie. Yung spelling is Gnie. No, a spelling that comes from same Arabic word, but the way how it will be spelled is in French. Now, all of those words have variant spellings, are used to describe a supernatural spirit from Arabic mythology that is made of fire or air and can assume human or animal form. No, mythology hold that jinn, no, or genie love to punish humans for any harm done to them, and they are cause of any accidents and diseases. Okay, so please take note of the following. Okay, genie, the plural form is gene. Okay, so either of the two, no, genie or gene. Okay, so it is supported that either of the two, genie or genie, the plural form itself, no, they may have the same characteristic portrayed. No, they can harm people either to cause diseases or accidents. Okay, so take note of that. Now, how about shaitan? Shaitan is part, no, of the genies. Okay, we have married Ifrit, Shaitan, Jinn, and John. Okay, so these are part of the genie. Okay, genie is the mother term for shaitan as well as for John. Okay, so please take note of that. Ayan, laban lang po ma'am kahit may sana ipagdasal niyo po din yung mga kagrupo ninyo, okay? Ayan, labas daw sa screen sir, ang sarap matulog kasi kagabi tapos na po kami. Genie, nakakalasing. Alright, now let's move. Okay, so ito po 'no, gene or goal. Alright, so as you can see in here that we have. Okay, so we have Jean that is opposed to travels, assuming to forms and appearances. Okay, wait lang po for a while ha. Saglit lang. Okay, now for number 13, who is the mythological character with the nine-headed serpent, the most hideous and ghastly masters of Greek mythology? Letter A, B, C, or D. Please comment now your answers. Okay, all right. So, who is the mythology character with the nine-headed serpent and the most hideous and ghastly master of Greek mythology? The answer for this is Hydra. Okay, so very good for everybody. Okay, who has 100 heads and 200 evil eyes that ooze with venom? So take note po kayo, no? Hindi ko po ito nasali kahapon, but please take note of the following characteristic and feature of Hydra, no? Hydra was a child of the terrible monster Typhoon. Take note, Hydra was a child of the terrible monster Typhoon, no? Typhon, who has 100 heads and 200 evil eyes that ooze with venom. Okay, that's for the features no, and the origin of Hydra. Okay, ayan. The correct answer here is letter A. Okay, let's move. Okay, this is the face of Hydra. No need to read this one. Okay. Ayan, who is the mythology character with a huge fire-breathing monster that gas the head of a lion and the body of a dragon? Ano iulit ko? Okay. Hydra was a child of terrible monster Typhoon who has 100 heads and 200 evil eyes that ooze with venom. Okay, Hydra po yung sagot doon, no, sa number 13. Okay, and yun po yung features and characteristic na meron siya. How about for number 14? Ang kinsa naman po ni. Ang dami nag-PM no, saglit lang po. Ginoo ko ma-pressure man sad ta ninyo, oy. Saglit lang po yung mga nag-PM ha. Okay, ayan. Wala man nag-mute na-mute si sir. Ha? Ha? Goat and Dragon? Saan po si Goat and Dragon, Ma'am Christine? Na-mute po ba kayo, sir? Hindi po. Nandito lang po ako. Okay? So what is the correct answer in here? What's your answer? Okay, very good. The correct answer in here is chimera, no? Is a huge far-breathing monster that has head of a lion, the body of a dragon, and the hind legs of a goat. No, according to Greek mythology, the chimera, no, all right, ravage and avenge the Greek city of Lycia until it was laid by the prince of Corinth, Bellerophon, with the help of Pegasus. Saglit lang ha, uubo lang. Ayan. So again, no, sino po ang nag-slayed? No, slayed by the prince of Corinth, that is Bellerophon, with the help of Pegasus. Now, let's take a look with the picture. Ayan, wait lang. Asan na yun? Ayan, here. This is the picture of the Chimera and this is the Prince of Corinth, no? Si Bellerophon. Sino po yung nagtumulong sa kanya o naging tool niya para papatay at maslay si Chimera? Si Pegasus, no? As you can see, Pegasus has the wings, no? Compared to unicorn. Ayan. Okay? Now, let's move. All right. Who is the mythology character with a ferocious wolf with fierce yellow eyes and tremendous jaw? A, B, C, or D? What's the correct answer? Si Uno igsuon sa amo ang pares. Female monster. Okay. Sir, pwede mo kaon ba lang paminaw? Yes, please, please. Basig makuyapan mo din ha, no? Or, yeah, baka mag-collapse kayo. So you can eat while listening. Ayan, very good, no? Son of Loki. Sino po yung son ni Loki? Si Fenrir. Okay, bakit nga po ulit hinuli si Fenrir? Bakit nga po ba hinuli si Fenrir ng God and Goddesses? Because Fenrir is considered as ano? Okay. Again, bakit po hinuli si Fenrir at nilagay sa mga areas na hindi niya gugustuhin? Ayan, that's the term. Very good, Ma'am Joshua. Okay, destroyer, no? Or also known as destruction of the world. Now, take note of the following. Baka kasi hindi nila gamitin yung first yellow eyes and tremendous jaw. Ang gamitin nila ang yung term na destruction of the world or destroyer of the world. Okay? Please take note that the correct answer in here is Fenrir, also known as the son of Loki. No, Fenrir is the large ferocious wolf with the fierce yellow eyes and tremendous jaw. When it was just a pup, the Norse god captured it and locked it in a cage because they feared that the wolf might be one day be responsible for the destruction of the world. Okay? Ayan, so very good. Ayan, so as you can see in here, ayan, kinuli po. Kawawa siya tignan, si Finner, but then kinakailangan niya pong hulihin because again, the god and goddesses believe that these wolf might be one day responsible for the destruction of the world. Ayan, hindi takot po sila sa kakayahan ni Finner. Ayan, so please take note of the following, okay? Destruction or destroyer of the world. Okay, now let's move. Number 16. Who is the mythology character described as giant horned? A demon who has three fingers, three toes, and sometimes three eyes. A, B, C, or D? What's the correct answer? Tayo sa uminom sa kong tubig. Wait lang po muna. Inom lang po tayo ng magical water. Okay, wala pa pong nagko-comment? Meron na ba? Hindi pa kasi gumagalaw yung baso. Ayan, okay, very good, no? Hindi ko lang po siya kilala kung sino siya kasi naka-Facebook user. Okay, the only giant horned demon introduced to Japan from China. Ayan, ginahan ko mga ni ba? I like the way how you contextualize and rationalize itself by your own. Oni, lami kanon pagbuutan, maong hadlok jud ko ani. Ayan. Okay, naalala pa nila 'no, na masarap daw kainin yung mababait na mga kaluluwa. Okay, very good. The answer in here is Oni. Okay, so Oni, all right, the giant horned demon, and they are said to have come to Japan from China with the arrival of Buddhism. Okay, and Buddhists priests perform annual rites to expel them. Okay, the Oni can be a variety of colors, though in the present day or in the modern days, no, the color, no, that symbolize Oni is color red. Okay, all right. And they have three fingers, three toes, and sometimes three eyes. Cruel and luxurious, they can sweep down from the sky to steal the souls of dying people. And according to Oni sources, no, that they love eating souls, no, na mababait. Ninanakaw po nila ang mga souls na mababait kasi mas masarap daw yun kainin. Now, the best representation of the picture for this is if you are familiar with Shaitama or the first Prince anime, no? Nandoon po siya. Exact, to be exact po talaga yung larawan at the way how they present exactly Oni. Okay, compared to dito no, medyo mataba po kasi si Oni. Okay? But no offense po ano. All right. Masyadong muscular lang talaga si Oni, ayan. So this is the face of Oni, ayan. However 'no, hindi po siya three fingers dito, but again the old and traditional Oni 'no, yun lang po yung meron siya 'no. Three fingers, three toes, and sometimes three eyes. However in here, dalawa po ang kanyang mata. Okay? Ayan. All right. Now, who is the Hindu and Asian mythology character described as supernatural being and takes the form of a serpent? A, B, C, or D? Okay, bilis-bilisan na natin. Kamukha niya, okay, si Balmond. Pero hindi po si, as far as I know, si Balmond parang hindi po siya Oni, no? Ayan. Okay, bilis-bilisan po natin. Lalabas po ako sa screen na parang si Oni. Pag hindi po kayo, nag-comment. Except po sa mga nagja-drive ha. Diyos ko, drive muna. Later na po tayo mag-ano, sumagot pag nagja-drive. All right. Okay, ayan. Who is the Hindu and Asian mythology character described as supernatural being and takes the form of a serpent? So we have here A, B, C, or D. The correct answer is ano nga yung sagot? Very good. Nagas. Okay, so according to Southeast Asian mythology, Nagas are supernatural beings who take the form of a serpent. The king of the serpent deities, Musilida, shelter the Buddha with the outspread hoods of his seven heads. During the downpour that lasted for 7 days, when the sun returns, the serpent is transformed into a young prince who paid the homage to Buddha. And aside from that, it is beneficial for the human being, no? Because they might be a protector of all the human being. Okay? Gaya ng characteristic ng ahas, hindi pa rin po makakaligtaan na sometimes they will be in changing in forms. That means to say, pwede po silang maging beneficial at hindi maging beneficial sa mga tao. Okay? Pag nagalit sila, yon. Lagot po tayong lahat. Okay? Alright. So this is the face no, of the Hydra. I'm sorry, Hydra tuloy. Nagas. Okay? Ayan. Alright. Okay, now here, who is the mythology character described as a race of monkey demons and they usually live in ponds and lure people and kill them? A. Monkey, B. Kappa, C. Mana, D. Merman. Okay, naga half human, half human, half cobra. Kappa Y, Sirado. Okay, that's correct, no? Ayan. Y Sirado. Okay, Kappa Y Sirado, no? Kappa the scammer. Okay, Kappa Boy Sirado. Alright, the correct answer in here is Kappa. Very good. Saan nga magaling si Kappa? Saan nga siya magaling? Everyone, saan nga ba magaling si Kappa? Ano po ba yung craftsmanship, no? Or ayan, the art of bone setting to humans. Very good, Ma'am Christine, no? Ayan. Okay, yung mga biktima nila ng mga tao, yun po yung ginagamit nilang mga buto. Alright? To make a sword, a tool, no, to harm other people. Okay? At nilulunod po nila ang mga tao. Okay? They lure people and kill them. All right. However, may nabasa po akong article that says that Kappa used to do that no because may galit sila sa taong bayan. Okay, let's say for example, si Aminicable, if you still remember, may reason kung bakit gumagawa sa Aminicable ng tsunami, mga huge typhoons or waves, no? Kasi nga broken po siya kay maganda. Okay, nag-vengeance po siya sa mga tao. Okay, that is why America sent to turn those waves to people, especially to fishermen. Same as to Kappa, no? Merong nagawa po sa kanila ang mga tao, kaya gumaganti lang lamang sila. However, it wasn't stipulated in there kung ano yung ginawa sa kanila. But then, gumanti lang po sila. Okay? Ayan. So, that is for the Kappa. Okay? Ayan. So as you can see, this is the feature of the kappa. So you can see kappa is credited with having taught the art of bone sitting to humans. Okay, a type of vampire-like lecherous creature that is more intelligent than the devilish Oni and less malevolent toward men. So ayan. So that is the face of the kappa. Okay. Ayan. Now, they have monkey like faces, web hands and feet, and yellow green skin. And they wear shells like a tortoise. Okay, so as you can see in here, no, meron silang parang ano, tortoise, no? Ayan. Okay, however, you will be confused, no, as to the features of this kind of creature, no? Kasi iba talaga. Combination of a lot of things meron siya. Okay? Para naman yung vampire. All right. Now here, and the Italian writers, his famous works are considered the greatest form of the Middle Ages and reflection of the 13th century. Oo nga, 13th century society, which consists of hell, purgatory, and heaven. A, B, C, or D? What's the correct answer? All right. Okay, now the correct answer for this is letter D, Dante Alighieri. Okay, that is Dante Alighieri. Ano po ba yung sinulat niya? Ayan, Divine Comedy is one of his works. Good job. Okay, ayan. Okay, this is the face of Dante, no? Representation of Dante, born in May 21, June 2020, 1265, Florence, Italy, and died September 13, 1413, 21, Ravenna. So it is an Italian poet, prose writer, literary theorist, and moral philosopher and political thinker. He is best known for monumental epic poem La Commedia, later named La Divina Commedia or the Divine Comedy. Okay, which consists of three pieces, no hell, purgatory, and also heaven. So my suggestion to everybody, no, please do read again the stages of the hell. No? Stages of the hell talaga yung basahin ninyo. Okay? All right, number 20. In the factors that influence learner speaking, what factors must diagnose the student's difficulties to achieve mastery of the language? A, learner comprehension. Letter B, native language. Letter C, grammar. Letter D, competence. What's the correct answer? Ayan, kaloka. Kanina po ako nagsasalita, naka-mute pala ako, ayan. Alright, so in the factors that influence learner speaking, what factors must diagnose students' difficulties to achieve master of the language? So without further ado, the correct answer in here is letter B, which means native language. Okay, so very good, everyone. Ayan, native language learners' difficulty to achieve master of the language. Good job. Okay, because of their native language, no, that is the only way or consideration of the teachers in order for them to check, no, what is the strength and weaknesses of the student, diagnose, no, and the consideration why people. Ayan, nandito na si Ma'am Rachel. Hello, Ma'am Rachel, good job po kasi nakabalik na po kayo. Okay, so again, native language is the correct answer, no. This is the consideration of the teacher, especially if you are teaching speaking for your students. Why is that? The students pronounce it differently compared to other students, no. You may use the diagnosis of their difficulties as well as their strengths and weaknesses in order for you to come up with a valid activity or relevant activity. Okay, ayan, that's for number 20, letter B. Okay, now let's move. All right, number 21. In the factors that influence learners speaking, what factor states that puberty generally stand an excellent chance of sounding like a native? So yesterday, meron pa rin nalilito no, about this one. So which one is the correct answer? A, B, C, or D? 20 seconds starts now. Okay, pakilagay nga kung bakit yan yung sagot ninyo. Ano yung reason, ano yung mga nakuha at napulot niyong aral kahapon that may lead you to the correct answer, which is the letter B. Okay? Ano nga yung reason kung bakit B yung sagot? Ayan, very good, Ma'am Christine, no? Ayan, good job. Okay, sounding like a native, no? That may contribute to their age. Now, even if they are not really conscious enough, they don't have much maturity enough, no? For us to be able to say that kaya nila nagagawa nila yan because they are already matured. Okay, it's not about that, but this is something to do with the effect of their authentic context exposure. Okay, ayan, age exposed sila sa mga pinapanood nila, sir, kaya sila naging native speaker. Mukhang, ha, mukhang native speaker. Okay, or like a native speaker. Okay, because the child is more likely to sound like a native speaker. Very good. And that is, or that refers to age. Okay, ayan. Very good. So letter B is the correct answer. Good job. Kasi may naaalala pa kayo. Okay, now let's move. All right, number 22, in the factors that influence learner speaking, what factor states that learning a language is the quality and intensity of exposure and are more important than the length of time? Okay, A, sounds pattern, B, exposure, C, language competence, D, mastery of the language learning. Okay, please comment now your answer. What do you think is the correct answer? Okay, 20 seconds. Bakit naging relevant sa exposure sa correct answer? Sige nga, bakit po sa relevant yung tamang sagot? Okay, ayan. Okay, very good, no? More exposure to language, more they can learn on how to use it. Okay? The more a child is exposed exposed, the more it retains to their mind. Okay, that is for exposure, which means letter B, no? Even if 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, no, or 1 month pa lang kayo nasa ibang lugar or si student nasa ibang contextual, no, contextual authentic exposure, still the student may change, no, into ways how they sound, no, and the way how they use the language itself. Okay? Ayan. So it's more on about exposure. Ayan. Okay, that is for letter B. Okay, number 22. Okay, let's have number 23. Now, in the factors that influence learner speaking, what factor states this ability is referred to as ear for language and innate ability to equip with the language? Okay, letter A, innate phonetic ability. Letter B, master of the sounds pattern. Letter C, tone. Letter D, sounds. Ano nga ulit yung naging clue natin sa correct answer? Paki-comment din po. All right. Five, four, three, two, and one. Okay, very good. The correct answer in here is innate phonetic ability. Okay, our clue in here, no, is ear for the language and innate ability to equip, with the use of the language. Okay, so very good for that. The correct answer is letter A, which is innate phonetic ability. Okay, how about here? And the remediation component, what aspect provides continuity and focus to remedial session? Letter A, orientation. Letter B, starting point. Letter C, instruction. Letter D, introduction. Okay. Ayan. Okay, very good, Mama Donna. Okay, very good. The beginning one, sabi ni Ma'am Chrisabel. The first component of remediation. Okay? All right. Okay. Good job. The correct answer in here is letter A. Naririnig ba na? Naririnig ako? Hello? Hello? Everyone, can you still hear me? Somebody PM me in here. Hindi daw ako naririnig. Hello? Narinig ako. Okay, yes sir daw. Alright. Okay, thank you so much for that. All right, the correct answer, no? Again, we're talking about the overlapping components of remediation. Okay, so please take note of the word conductive environment. Okay, and the first component that we have is the orientation component, which means the orientation component provides continuity. Very good, no, everyone? Continuity and focus to the remedial session. It may be engaging question or statement related to local or national news or even school life. It must be focused on structured routines, materials, equipment, venue, people involved, and objective of the program. And that is for the orientation. Okay, so that is the first component or the first component of conductive environment under overlapping components of remediation. Okay, okay, so good job for that. Okay, let's move. Now, here in the remediation component, one aspect is also known as the heart of remedial session. A, B, C, or D? What's your answer? Answer. 20 seconds start now. Ayan, thank you for responding. Okay, move lang natin sa electric fan. Hindi masyado maingay. Ayan. Alright, so in the remediation component, one aspect is also known as the heart of remedial session. The correct answer, yes, very good. Direct instruction component. So again, this is an overlapping method, okay? It started with the orientation and it overlapped to our direct instruction, okay? So this is instructional heart of the remedial session. It should be never traded away, even for one period without some compelling reasons. Okay, yes, very good. We also use smart and direct instruction. Paki-comment nga ulit, ano yung meaning ng smart? Okay, sabi kasi ni Mama Donna, we also use smart and direct instruction. Okay, ano nga po ba yung meaning ng smart? Okay, paki-type nga agad-agad-agad. Ang dami nun ha. Okay, anong meaning ng S? Anong meaning ng M? Anong meaning ng A, R, and T? Okay, please comment now. 10 seconds only. Paki-type agad. Ang magta-type makakapasa sa licensure exam. Okay, please do it now. Anong meaning ng smart, everyone? Bilis, bilis, bilis. Okay, very good. Ayan, specific, measurable, attainable, and ayan, result-oriented. Very good. Okay, for Ma'am Sarah, ano, Sir, want to clarify the point, the stand of R and SMART. Is it result-oriented, realistic, or relevant? Okay, either of the three po, ano. Sometimes po, because of the different book and sources, they use result-oriented. Okay, that is an umbrella term to be used for realistic and relevant. Okay? Maaari pong realistic, maaari din pong relevant. Depende po kung ano yung objective na meron tayo sa ating instruction or objective itself, no? Under the three components. But again, the mother term for this one is result-oriented. Okay? Nagulan na pud Ma'am Ana. Ayan. Sige. Kusuuan diri sa amo. Laban lang Ma'am Ana, no? Ayan. So again po, no, direct instruction component, and we also need to use the SMART method. All right? Okay, you're welcome po. Yes, that is the mother term talaga, ano? That is the mother term, result-oriented, before the realistic, no? Okay. Ano naglag naman eh. Sa sobra po niyong kapaspas o sa sobrang bilis ninyo mag-type, ang ending, naglalag din yung StreamYard comment section ko. But it's okay, no? At least meron talaga kayo natatype. Sir, pag nagsabi ka ng bilis, natataranta po ako. Okay, that's fine. All right, so let's start. Okay, number 26. Now, in remediation component, what period of time is ideal and should be built on direct instructional period and be spent and empowered macro skills? Okay, A, B, C, or D? What's the correct answer? You're welcome po. Okay, so again, in the remediation component, what period of time is ideal and should build on direct instruction, period, and be spent in empowered macro skills? Okay, which one is the correct answer? Is it A, B, C, or D? All right, so very good. The correct answer is letter A, which means reinforcement. Ano daw? All right. So the correct answer is reinforcement and extension component. No, this period of time ideally should build on direct instruction. So again and again, it is overlapping ha. After the orientation, proceed agad sa direct instruction. So after direct instruction, reinforcement and extension component. So again, this period of time ideally should build on direct instructional period and be spent in empowered reading, writing, and so on, or other macro skills, and discussion of what was being read. Writing activities may also be varied. Okay, so good job for that. Okay, so again, everyone, what are the four macro skills na meron tayo? Okay, bilis, bilis, bilis. Pag-type-type na. Ano po yung macro skills natin? Okay, very good. All right, good job. And we have input and output. Ano po yung input at saka ano po yung output? How about the input and output? Drill po ito ha sa mga first, parang ngayon lang nag-attend. So please watch the overall explanation on each of the item po no kahapon. Okay? Ang title po noon is Part 1 and Part 1.2. Naglagyan ko ba to ng Part 2? May part 2 man ito, no? Part 2. Alright, August 6. 7, sorry. Okay, very good. Ayan. So, input and output, no? Okay, input listening. All right, for the output, we have the speaking. Good job. Okay, ayan. I'm very overwhelmed, no? Kasi still remember the following things. Good job. O, ano naging answer kay Mera? Or basig late lang ni, no? Alright. Tapos na po tayo kay Mera. Okay. O mali yung spelling, ma'am. Ma'am Nova, listing. Alright? It should be listening. Okay, so input and output. Input is listening. Output is speaking. Okay, please take note of that. Alright, now let's move. Okay, very good. And I'm very happy with that. Okay. All right. In the remediation component, what is the unit of time that should be spent in building a knowledge base for independent learning? A, B, C, or D? What's the correct answer? Ano daw? Wala po tayong schedule for tomorrow. So, I guess our next schedule po is, wait lang ha, check ko lang yung calendar ko. 12 and 13. So, if ever that we have a schedule on 12 and 13, expected that we will have again, yung pinuyatan ko talaga ano, kailangan ko talaga matapos siya, yung ating mga structured sa grammar, no? Okay. However, it was also being mixed with the other topics, no? Para hindi lang tayo ma-focus sa isang scope. Okay, para variety. Okay, so I also add on different information as well. So please take note of that. Now, if ever that we will have a schedule on 12 and 13. May Prof Ed po tomorrow. Okay, 12 and 13 is Saturday and Sunday pa rin. So, parang meron, no? Parang meron. Kasi as far as I know, tuloy-tuloy na po tayo until September. Okay, very good, no? Ayan, the correct answer. Okay, meron po. I'll be gonna ask Sir Sap about that, no? All right. By God's grace. Okay, the correct answer for this is schema enhancement component. Okay, again, schema enhancement component. The correct answer is schema enhancement component. Ay, Friday and Saturday po, sir, yung 12 and 13. Ha? Check ko lang ha, baka ako yung nagkamali. Ay, sorry, sorry. 13 and 14 pala, no? Iba kasi yung calendar ko, no? 13 and 14 pala yung Saturday at saka Sunday. Ayan, 13 and 14. Hindi ko po alam, but as far as I know, pwede po kayo tagi-tagi nagbayad, no? For, let's say, for example, at 14 at saka, at 13 at saka 14, you can pay only that day muna or sessions. Tapos, next session naman, I think it's not, one-time payment, no? Depende sa inyo kung pwede siya i-one-time payment. Depende din po, 13 and 14 po, Saturday and Friday. Hindi na po dito na group because as far as I know, every sessions, no? Siyempre yung 13 at 14, Saturday and Sunday, iba na naman po yan na session at saka scope of the language, no? So therefore, another group page naman po. At kung sino po yung mag-avail noon, yun lang po yung makakapanood ng live. So again po, every session po, no? For 2 day session, no, iba-iba po yung live group natin. Kaya minsan naguguluhan na din ako, no, kasi ang dami kong June group at saka ayoko po munang iwan yung mga group na yon kasi meron pa rin po ako natatanggap na queries, no? May mga questions kasi. Okay? Okay, yes, that's correct. Agahan na ang bayad. Kung may pera na po kayo, agahan niyo po magbayad. Huwag po kayo magbayad, no, on the day. Kasi hindi po kayo makakapag-expect na ma-replyan kayo agad. Sobrang dami, no? Alright. You may be better to ask, no, Sir Bern? Kasi yung ngayon is solely for 6 and 7 talaga. Okay. Ano ba 'tong unan ko? All right. So again, the correct answer in here is gamma enhancement component. This unit of time should be spent in building a knowledge base for further reading and independent thinking. It is ideal time to teach study skills, such as, for example, outlining, note taking, memory training. Ideally, it should flow or precede component three. Okay? Ayan. So that is for letter C, no? Gamma enhancement component. Okay? All right. So let's move. All right. So in intermediation component, what is the little learning or consequence of student learning component? Letter A, personal emotional growth. Letter B, personal experience learning. Letter C, personal understanding. Letter D, personal learning component. 20 seconds starts now. Ay, sorry po. Kasi lalaki kasi yung nakikita ko. Okay. I'm very sorry, Ma'am Bern. Ma'am Bern pala ito, no? Yung boy kasi yung nakikita ko. Okay. Ang liit kasi sa end ko, ano. Alright. Fiancé. Ay, malapit na ikasal si ma'am. Laban po. A recycled question. Oh no, nasabi ko ano. But sige na, sa final coaching ko na lang sabihin. Okay. Okay lang naman i-share po ninyo yung knowledge ninyo ha, but as much as possible, leave it here, no? Let po muna bago kasal. O sige, laban. Laban sa let ha. Okay, after let, ayan. Sabi ni Ma'am Josh, sana all. Ayan, mapakasal ka na din po, ma'am. Alright. Okay, the correct answer in here is personal emotional growth development, no? Okay, meron po itong development. So do not forget about that. So there is little learning or consequence that can occur with the learner involvement and anticipation of personal progress. Okay? So again, that is for personal emotional growth development component. Ang haba, no? But that is the correct answer. Sana all ikasal ako giutang na jud. Wala ban mamana, no? But might be next year ikasal na po kayo or after the lot as well. Okay? Ang social ng fiancé, ma'am. Social, no? Pareta, ma'am, ano. Di ba? Okay lang yan. Ay, ang daming kakasalin 'no, laban lang po, kasal ko din po sa January. Pero pasa muna ako sa lat bago kasal. Invited kami lahat, ma'am. Diyos ko mauubos yung handa. 100 tayo 'no, 100 plus. Mauubos yung handa ni ma'am. Alright, now let's have it here. In the remediation component, what component should contain an attempt to enhance basic thinking skills? Okay, mamaya na po tayo mag-break. 10:30. Okay, 10:30 na po tayo mag-break ha. Okay. So in the remediation component, what component should contain an attempt to enhance basic technical skills? Letter A, cognitive development. Letter B, affective development. Letter C, essential learning development. Letter D, basic knowledge base develop a component. I'm sorry, component. Okay, bakit yan po yung sagot ninyo? Paki-comment nga ano yung naalala ninyo sa sagot na yan? Ano yung rationalization about dyan? Ayan, so again nananawagan po ako sa ating 100 plus viewers 'no, paki-comment po, paki-live ay paki-like or heart po ng ating live sessions 'no, para ma-notify po yung iba. Kasi as of this time 'no, as I've noticed we are wait, let me check. Bakit ayaw ma-click? Nagla-lag, Diyos ko. Ayan, 200 plus po tayo sa ating group 'no, and 100 plus lang po yung nag-a-attend. Might be din kasi may nag-PM in advance na hindi daw sila makakapasok due to work, ano daw yun, simba and family day, ganyan. But it's okay kasi recorded naman tayo, so no worries about that. Okay? Ayan, bakit nga iyan yung sagot natin? Okay, very good, no? Cognitive development. Ayan, cognitive development component. Okay? From our clue in here, enhance basic thinking skills. So remember, effective development is more on about emotion. Essential learning development is not the correct answer. Basic knowledge-based component is not also the answer. Letter C and D are not part of what we call conductive environment. Okay? Ayan. So for cognitive development, okay, please take note again that we have inference, abstract verbal reasoning, analogical reasoning, constructive critical thinking, critical reading, creative reading, convergent and divergent analysis, problem solving, as well as metacognition. Okay, ayan, very good, Ma'am Madonna. Okay, that is the that is for the cognitive development component. Okay, ayan, very good. Ayan, kasi may naaalala pa ano, good job for everyone. Okay. Ayan, nakainomdum ko ani sir, kinasayop ko sa ako answer gahapon, basic thinking skills. Okay, very good. Ayan. Okay, so good job. All right, so I think let's move. Ayan. So again, this is the phase of overlapping components of remediation. So again, the term used for this one, no, for the diagram itself is conductive environment. So please take note of the following, okay? That this one is so-called conductive environment. So we have orientation, direct instruction, reinforcement and extension, schema enhancement, personal emotional growth, and cognitive development. Question, sir, paano kung wala si number two? Okay, kung wala si number two, anong mangyayari, sir? That is not so-called conductive environment anymore. Okay? Kinahanglan or kinakailangan na dapat kompleto from number 1 to 6. Okay? Hindi pwede makulangan. So, sir, paano kung may personal emotional growth pero wala ng cognitive development? That is useless. Okay? That is very useless. So, make it sure that if it's conductive environment, talagang lahat yan pasok. Okay? From 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at saka 6. Okay? Please take note of that. Okay? Now, let's move. Hala, hala. Wait lang. Hala. Ayan. Kulbaan. All right. So in the remedial vocabulary instruction, what happened? What happened? What pace is about opening the student's mind and will engage new words. Okay. A. Explore. B. Disposition. Letter C. Introduction. Letter D. Language. Starting pacing. Okay. Bakit nga yan yung sagot ninyo? Ano yung clue natin sa question? What is our clue in the question, everyone? Okay, Ma'am Crisabel. Okay, take po kayo ng Buscopan, no? Kung hindi po kayo buntis, you can take medicine like Buscopan. Ayan, very good, no? Opening the student's mind and as well will engage new words, no? The correct answer in here is letter B, disposition, no, opening the student's mind and will engage new words. Okay, remember that we have what we call consideration and remedial vocabulary instruction. So connect vocabulary instruction to the natural processes of the word learning. Okay, so one of the consideration that the teachers need to do, especially if you are doing remedial vocabulary instruction, is the word disposition. Okay, because disposition is something to do with opening the student's mind and will engage new words. Okay, you are letting and introducing some words to your student that is somehow very new to them. Okay, so that is for this position. Okay, the correct answer again is letter B. Okay, let's move. All right, now here, ano man eh? Okay, in the remedial vocabulary instruction, what phase is establishing ties between the meaning of the new word and the student existing knowledge? A, integration; B, activity; C, connection; D, schema. Okay. All right. Okay, asa na yung iba? Paki-comment na, bilis-bilis, baka nakatulog na. All right. Integration, integrating new knowledge to their prior knowledge. Okay. Okay, the correct answer for this is letter B, integration. I'm sorry, letter A pala dito. Letter A, integration. Okay? Integration, establishing ties between the meaning of a new word and the student existing knowledge. So even if here, no, we will try to integrate, apply. Okay, other words is apply, no, apply. No, establishing ties between meaning of a new word and the student existing knowledge. Okay, ayan, so let's move. Ah, okay. No worries, Ma'am Joshua. Joshua. Okay. Okay, next. In the remedial vocabulary instruction, what pace is provided for practice distributed over time? Okay, in the remedial vocabulary instruction, what pace is provided for practice distributed over time? A, mastery; letter B, progress; letter C, learning development; letter D, repetition. Okay, ayan. Repetition keyword ko. Provided for practice distributed over time. Okay. Ayan, very good. The correct answer in here is the letter D. Okay, which means repetition. Okay, provision for practice distributed over time, as well as the opportunities for frequent encounters with the word in similar and differing contact. So, ayan, that is for repetition. Before the student, no, or before someone that is learning English language, before they can master several things, they need to have thorough practice, no. Ayan. So, practice distributed over time, and they can do that one as the process of repetition or law of repetition. Okay, in order for them to achieve learning development progress as well as mastery. Okay, so again, the correct answer for this is repetition. Okay, now let's move. Right, in the remedial vocabulary instruction, what pace is about social situation conducive to using new words and interaction with others. Letter A, peer in interaction. Letter B, interaction and meaningful use. Letter C, interaction with family. Letter D, self-interaction. Yung ingay ng aso, Diyos ko. Wait lang ha, let me just gonna close my, tawag nito, my door. Wait lang. Okay, ano nga po ba yung purpose again ng meaningful use? Ano nga ulit yung purpose ng meaningful use? Enough na ba yan? Yan na po ba talaga yung answer ninyo? Okay, what is the relationship between meaningful use to other than that? Ano nga ang reason? Paulit-ulit ko po itong sinasabi kahapon. Okay? Ano nga yung contribution ng meaningful use? Either sa instruction. Sir, nawala po ba kayo, ha? Nandito lang po ako. Black screen lang kasi yung sa akin. You may exit na muna the live and then enter po kayo ulit. Okay? All right. Or exit the Facebook muna. Do not log out your account if you are using your phone. Just exit lang. Okay? And then open mo sa Facebook and balik ka po sa live. Tignan natin kung may changes. Okay? Black screen din sa'yo, Ma'am Ana? Sure. How about the others? Black screen din ba sa inyo? Ay, hindi naman siguro nagsumasagot kasi yung iba. Okay, hindi po. Ayan. Ano daw? All right. So again, no, let me just gonna put on highlight on this one. So interaction and meaningful use ang correct answer, no? Social situation conducive to using new words in interaction with other, thus mentally referencing new words and listening, reading, writing, as well as in speaking. So again, gaya nga ng sinabi ko kahapon, no, na we need to have a meaningful use in order to store information in a long-term memory. Okay? Again, paulit-ulit ko po yung sinasabi, no? That meaningful use play a significant role in everything, especially in English language, no? Once everything that we have discussed interact to the students and etc., once everything is meaningful, it will store to their long-term memory instead of their short-term memory. Okay, that is why our activity, instruction, and everything should be meaningful so that it will retain to their it will retain, no, the information to their minds and heart as well. Okay, once the information is embedded already to their heart as well as to their mind, definitely it will stored automatically to their long-term memory. Compared to merely memorization, it's just only a memorization, no? Okay. Okay, so that is for letter B. Okay, so please take note of the ratio for that. Now let's move. All right. Now, in the remedial vocabulary instruction, what pace is maintaining awareness of new words outside a new place or environment? Letter A, self instruction. Letter B, self interpretation. Letter C, self development. Letter D, learning motivation. What's the correct answer? Okay, ano nga ulit yung ration niyan? Yung sagot ninyo, ano nga ulit yung discussion kung bakit yan yung tamang sagot? Can you give me a hint kay everybody? Tignan nga natin kung naaalala nyo ba. Baka yung sagot lang automatically yung naalala. How about the contextualization of the meaning of the word? Okay, ayan. Good job, no? Okay, so we have there maintaining awareness of new words, no? Outside a new place or environment. Ano nga yung mangyayari sa mga bata if they maintain awareness? Ano mangyayari sa mga bata if they will maintain awareness? Everyone, ano mangyayari sa bata once na maintain niya ang kanyang awareness? Everyone? Aha, okay. Yes, maintaining awareness. Once the student achieve of maintaining their awareness, ano yung mangyayari? Everyone, opening the student's mind ba? Mhm. Okay, ayan. So again, the remedial vocabulary instruction, what pays is maintaining awareness of words, no? Outside a new place or environment. You're right for that because the correct answer is self instruction. It's just that if the student maintain awareness of a new words, even if they are outside in the environment of the school, the words that they have learned in school, they could also still apply that one. Okay, so that means to say they can apply, okay, the words that they know in school, and when they outside of the school they can easily understand what is this object called and so on, etc., etc. Okay, all right, that's for number 34. Okay, so again, awareness of the words outside the new place or environment, and that is for letter A, self instruction. Okay, now, again, these are what we call consideration and remedial vocabulary instruction. These vocabulary instructions are being used by the teachers to redirect the students and to bridge the gap of the learning. That is why it was being presented, no? Okay, we have disposition, integration, repetition, interaction, and meaningful use, as well as the self-instruction. Now, for the clear in discussion of each of these items, now you can watch the previous discussion yesterday, part one and part 1.2. Okay, ayan. Okay, what is an example of differentiated instruction? Okay, letter A, cater one level. Letter B, student learning alone. Letter C, adapt your lesson to multiple learning style. Letter D, cater the cognitive aspect of learners. A, B, C, or D. Again, our clue here is differentiated instruction. All right. Okay, very good. Ano nga ulit? 'Di ba? I already also give you the idea what is the meaning of differentiated. Ano nga ulit yung meaning ng differentiated, everyone? Differentiated instruction. Okay, na-highlight ko ito kahapon. Anong meaning ng differentiated instruction? Sa mga nag-take note, anong meaning ng differentiated instruction? Mhm. Okay, keyword. Varieties. Okay, varied, no? Ayan. Okay? Okay, varied, no? Instruction that caters, not one level. Okay? Students learning alone, hindi pa rin tama. Cater the cognitive aspect of learners. Okay, hindi pa rin siya tama because dapat yung tatlo, cognitive, affective, and psychomotor. So the best answer for this is letter C, which means adapt your lesson to multiple learning styles. And that is the goal of differentiated instruction. Okay? That they have differentiated instruction in order for no for the teachers, of course, as well as to the students, no, to bridge the gap. Okay, and at the same time adapt your lesson to multiple learning styles. So this is the only way for the teachers, no, to adapt their lesson to multiple learning styles. But then again, even if you are doing differentiated instruction, ano nga yung centered na dapat isaalang-alang na isang English language teacher? Okay, everyone, ano nga dapat yung ipasang-alang-alang ng isang English teacher? Kapag sinabi nating differentiated instruction, ano yung centered? No? Ano nga yung before the centered na word? Ano yun? It started with letter L. Howard Gardner ba? Hindi. What I am trying to say is, I mean, differentiated instruction. What centered? Ayan, very good. Ma'am Raquel at saka si Facebook user. Hindi ko makita ano kung sino yung sumagot. Okay, very good. Learner-centered. Okay, our instruction must be learner-centered. It should be learner-centered. Okay? Please take note of that. Okay, learner-centered po tayo. Okay. So again, before the break, let's have this one first. All right. Again, in conducting and integrating remedial session in school, what is the ideal number of learners in remedial school-based session? Letter A, 3 to 10. Letter B, 3 to 11. Letter C, 3 to 13. Letter D, 3 to 15. Yes po, hindi po kayo visible. It's just that you have to accept the manage access po. Backgrade po kayo, nasa baba po ng ating group page yung manage access. Tapos click nyo po yun, accept the permission. Okay? Yes, very good. 2 to 3 is for tutorial. Okay. Sino yung sumagot nun? Wait lang. Nawala. Okay. Sa sobrang bilis nyo mag-comment, no? Ba't nawala? Okay, very good kasi may nakaakalala pa, no? Ayun. 2 to 3. Good job. Hala, balik ko anak ko, kunin niya talaga ang CP kaya magti-TikTok. Sabihin mo niyo po mamaya na. Sir, magpapasampal ako ng 100 times sa nanay ko pag nakalimutan ko po ito sa exam. Huwag naman. Self-datay niyo dapat. Kasi mas malaki yung palad ng mga papa, no? Okay. Alright. Si Ma'am Linan po, di visible, sir. Si Ma'am Linan ba yun? Sir, dati po visible ako, Linan. Yes po, visible kayo kasi sa ibang group po siguro yon. So, every join niyo po sa ano, sa mga bawat group, you still need to, tawag nito, to accept the manage access, no? Kasi ibang group na naman po ito. Si Ma'am Linan pala yun. Sorry po, hindi ko po kayo makita, no? Facebook user po kayo. Yung mga hindi ko nababasa ng mga names, ayan si Ma'am Ria Joy, nababasa ko na. Sir Howard, Abigail. Okay. Ayan, manage access ulit yan. Study table ko na puno ng toys. Okay lang po yan. Okay, very good no everyone. So, ayun na. 2 to 3 for tutorial lang po. That is the ideal number. So, as you notice, if you are an ESL teacher, no, hindi na po talaga dapat lalagpas sa 5, no? 'Di ba 5 yung tutorial natin. But instead, it should be 2 2 to 3 lamang 'no, because that is the ideal number. Kasi mas matutukan individually ng teacher yung mga bata for 2 to 3. Now for school-based 'no or remedial school-based session, the correct answer for this is of course that is letter A, which means 3 to 10 learners. That is the ideal number. Balikan ko lang po 'no, baka lumabas sa Prof Ed 'no, lumabas po kasi ito din sa Prof Ed 'no. Paki-take note lang din po 'no, kasi minsan may nakalagay 20. Yung sagot ng ibang tao talaga yung term ko 'no, na ibang mga learners or mga teachers 'no, ang sagot nila 20 kasi yun daw ginagamit nila sa school nila. But again, that is not the ideal number, but that is the practical number. Why it's practical? Because, yan yung nangyayari karaniwan dito sa ating country. Okay, that we only have this number of facilities. We only have one library. Yung library pa, ano, kulang-kulang ng libro and materials. Kaya tinatapok, no? Tama ba yung term ko? Ginagather na lang yung term in English. Ginagather yung bata in one classroom, 20 to 30 students, no? Napaka practical. But then the correct answer should be in ideal form. It should be 3 to 10 learners lamang po para matutukan ng teachers ang bawat estudyante. Okay? Ayan. Kaya nga gumagawa tayo ng remedial school-based session. We're doing remedial school-based session to bridge the gap of the learning. Kasi may problema sa bata na kinakailangan nating i-address. Okay? So again, that is for 3 to 10 learners. Okay? Ayan, wala po ding makitang Okay, sige, send ko po yung link for a while, ha? Hindi po. Good morning, sir. Am I visible? Hindi po. Okay, hindi po kayo visible. Parang nag-iba ang boses ni coach, parang King Solomon nag-uutos sa kanyang mga sa mga kina ano daw, kinasasakupan, like sa movie ba yun? Okay, 'di ba naging commander in chief tuloy. Try mo ma'am sa comment kahapon na session. Thank you sir, you're welcome. Okay, let's have a 10-minute break and after that tuloy po tayo ulit, okay? Ayan. Sige, balik po tayo na short while. Hindi po kayo visible. So Ma'am Sarah visible po, si Ma'am Tan visible din po. Hi sir, how about me? Am I visible po? Hindi po. Visible po ba ako sir? Hindi po. Ayan. Si Ma'am Sarah, visible po kayo? Hindi po. Si Ma'am or Sir Charilyn, visible po kayo? Si Ma'am Sharon, visible din po kayo. Sir, before yung an ay, ayun si Ma'am Marie. Matagal ko na po kayong hinahanap, Ma'am Marie. Anong nangyayari? Okay. Hindi po kayo visible, Ma'am Marie. So, please gonna check 'no. 10 minutes break po tayo 'no. Galit na galit si Ma'am Yvonne. Balik po agad tayo. Okay. After that, okay, ako po sir, visible po ba ako? Yes, Ma'am Rochelle, visible po kayo. Okay? So, wait for a while lang po. Let me gonna check 'no if may internet na po ako sa bahay, sa apartment. Kasi nandito po ako sa ibang apartment 'no. DC Tech kasi siya. Sa PLDT nagkakagulo na naman sa Mindanao dahil sa PLDT. Kahapon pa po ako nag-join kaya pala di niyo ako tinatawag. Sorry po. Hindi po kasi kayo face Diyos ko, visible kaya hindi ko po kayo natatawag, ha? Okay. Yung anak niyo po, Ma'am Yvonne, baka hindi na po ano, kumakain na ba? Link daw po, nandun po sa ating ano, scroll down lang po kayo 'no, backread lang po kayo sa mga announcement ko po, nandun po yung link, ha? Okay, sige. Break muna tayo saglit. Cool off muna tayo saglit. Balik tayo later on. Okay. Yes po, 3 to 10, Ma'am Jessica. Okay, hello everyone. Hello. Are you still with me? Hello? Nag-log na pud lagi ni. Oh my goodness. Hello? Alright. So, 1 second lang po, no? I'll be leaving muna the StreamYard. Huwag po kayong umalis sa live. Alis na muna po ako, no? Kasi nag-e-error siya. Wait lang. Balik lang po ako for a short while, ha? Saglit lang po. Alright. Hello, 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 madlang people. Are you still with me? I hope that you are still with me tonight tuloy. Today. Ayan. Hello? Paki-comment po ng stay kung nandiyan po ba kayo. Hindi pa po, hello, I'm still here. Yes po sir, kain po tayo fruit salad. Sana all Mama Donna. Sino nga ulit yung nag-ice cream kasi not done ng ano niya, husband. Sana all. Alright. Nag-error kasi yung StreamYard natin, no? Hindi pa po. I'm sorry. Ang dami-dami pang ano. Sana all nakakain. Ako mamaya na lang ako kakain. Kahapon pa 'tong problema ni Ma'am Jean. Relax lang Ma'am Jill, yung false eyelashes natin matatanggal. Oh, yes Ma'am Jessie, visible na po kayo. Visible po kayo Ma'am Tan, as well as to Ma'am Gali Puso or Sir. Ayan. Later na po ako kakain. Ayan. But thank you po, ayan. Okay. Sige, visible na po ba ako sir? Hindi pa po. Hindi pa po kayo visible sa end ko. Ayan, naunsa naman yung StreamYard. Uy, malagot sa mag-share screen, no? Hi sir, burnout po dito ngayon lang. Babalikan ko na lang po yung lecture once may kuryente na. Sige po. Okay. Naka-speaker po ako, Sir Anton, para kahit may ginagawa po ako, nakakapag-review po ako 'pag naghe-hello po kayo, sinasagot po kayo ng baby ko. Ang cute. Okay, hi baby. Alright, 'di rin makapag-comment lagi nawawala sound. Ah, talaga po ba? Kung sabi nila 'pag Facebook Lite yung gamit niyo, yun po yung nangyayari. Visible din po ba ako, sir? Yes po, ma'am or Sir Agnes. Visible na po kayo, Sir Rolly, finally. Sir kaon na, lisod mapas mo, walay motulo na mo. Nag-ano na po ako, nag-milk at saka anong tawag nun? Milk at saka cereals, ayan. Sosyal-sosyal po tayo 'no. Mamaya lunch, kain po tayo ng bonggang-bongga. 'Di pa din pa bakit kaya? Pero sige lang sir, lagyan ko na lang ng name kada comment ko, Sige Ma'am Mare Chris. Hindi pa po kayo visible, ma'am or sir, hindi ko po kayo ma-recognize. Ayan, so paki-click na lang po ng manage access. Wait lang po, hahanapin ko, wait lang. Ayun, manage access. Sige Ma'am Mare Chris. Hindi pa po kayo visible, ma'am or sir, hindi ko po kayo ma-recognize. Ayan, so paki-click na lang po ng manage access. Ayan, this is the new link. Na-comment ko na po. Ayan, this one. Maki-birthday tayo, sir. Oh, sino may birthday diyan? Ako, sir, visible ba? Yes, Ma'am Chel or Chel yata? Okay. Yes, Sir Chris. Ayan, one of our running for top notcher. Ayan. Yes, Ma'am Anna, visible po kayo. Paki-click po ng bagong link. This link po 'no, ito po yung bagong link for the manage access 'no. Paka-click this one so that it will be visible. Let's try 'no, Ma'am Marie Chris, sino ba yun, Ma'am Lynn Ann, and so on. Please click this link 'no. Ayan, si Ma'am Ronalyn kita ko na. Sana all, Ma'am Ana. Gahapon sir naki-birthday baya ako niya, nakadala ko og bring home. Ay sana all. Sana all nakadalag bring home. Baka naman. Okay, na-click na po ba yung link? Sana po na-click niyo na. Magdilang anghel po sana kayo. Ay, of course, angel po tayo for today's video. Pero ayoko po masyadong sobrang angel 'no, nakakatakot kasi baka si Oni kainin tayo. Ayan. Yes, Ma'am Glory Ann. Finally, kita ko na po kayo. Sana makita na. After you click the manage access, exit muna po kayo sa live and then enter again. Visible po kayo, Ma'am Bern. Ayan, tama na siguro ako ng Ma'am Bern kasi si Sir, fiancé niya yung nasa picture. Ayan, visible na po kayo. So let me try to share again my screen, no? Wait lang. Click na po, sir. Ayan, nakita ko si Ma'am Ray May. Hello, Ma'am Ray May. Hindi pa rin po kayo visible, Ma'am Midi. Midi de Guzman, ayan, hindi pa po kayo clear. Click niyo po 'tong link na ibinigay ko, click the manage access and accept the permission, ha? Okay, sige. Nasa comment section po. Okay, 'yan, let me share my screen. Exit po kaya muna kayo, Ma'am Marie Chris, tapos exit niyo yung Facebook, enter again, and then try to click the live. Check natin kung may pagbabago ba. Yes, Ma'am Carla, finally. Okay, kita ko na din po kayo. Si Ma'am Lordelyn. Okay, kita ko na din. Okay, wait lang po ha. Technical error. Diyos ko, ayaw mag-share screen. Diyos ko, day. Opo, ma'am, na-mention ko kayo ni sir. Okay. Yes, Ma'am Carla Jane. Ayan. Wait lang. Bakit error? Saglit lang ha. Wait lang po. Okay, kita niyo na po ba yung screen ko? Yes, Ma'am Diza, kita ko na po kayo. Others, nakikita niyo na po ba yung PowerPoint? Yes po, Ma'am Arian, kita ko na po kayo. Ma'am Cynthia, ayan, kitang-kita ko na po kayo. Ma'am Yvonne, also kita ko na po, ayan. O sige, no problem po. Wala pa po yung PowerPoint, Diyos ko day, ano nangyayari? Wait lang ha, sinusubok na naman tayo ng panahon. Diyos ko, ito din yung nangyayari sa akin 'no, sa nung June. Witness talaga diyan sila Ma'am Lin-Ann, Ma'am Marie Chris 'no, na nangyayari 'to minsan. Free trial lang kasi tayo. Kasi ang hirap talaga i-purchase ng StreamYard, my God. Walang nag-o-offer sa Philippines. Diyos ko, bakit ayaw? Slide. Si Oni ata dahilan yan, sir. Siguro 'no? Diyos ko, Oni, ano ba? Si Mami Oni, si Tony Fowler. Ganyan talaga minsan nawawala, minsan bumabalik. Ay, ibang level si Ma'am Vern, may pahugot. Yes po, wala pong PowerPoint. Saglit lang po, Ma'am Ana May, ha. Ayan, ako naman yung nape-pressure. Oh, Diyos ko. Baka po sir dahil sa panahon kaya mahina ang net laban lang. Ay grabe naman ulan din sa Mua. Talaga ba? Dito din po hindi naman maulan, makulimlim lang at buti na lang malamig, 'no? Ano ba 'to, Ginoo ko? Tibungko? Davao po ba kayo? Davao del Sur, 'di ba Davao na po 'yan, yung Tibungko? Unahan sa ilang, Ma'am Chel? Okey. Nakitsismis 'no, habang nagfi-fix. Wait lang na, Diyos ko uy, saan ko man uy. Saglit lang ha. Saan man uy. Tay sabi. Ako ba na ma-pressure anyway. Wait lang. Busy kasi si Coach Sepe 'no, natatakot ako mag-ano or baka natutulog si Coach Sepe kasi pagod siya. Hindi na po 'yan natutulog, eh. So, ako na diha. Uy, my God. Okay. Review na lang po kay Ma'am Marjorie 'no, technical error pa po. Yes po, technical error pa po. Wait lang ha, Diyos ko. Medyo busy po talaga si Coach Sepe 'no, imagine ang dami 1,000 'di ba? Imagine 1,000 plus yung ini-entertain kada araw, may humahabol pa, 'di ba? Sana all. Si Mama Donna 'no, ano talaga pinaiinggit niya ako sa mga food niya, porket hindi pa tayo kumakain. Sino ba 'to nag-PM? "Sir, I want to join in your online review class. Good morning, I want to." Ayan. How about this time, kita na po ba? Wala pa rin? Hello? Ayan, nakikita na po. Wala pa, wala pa. Diyos ko, day. Wait lang, bias tayo ng help. Meron na? Ay, thanks God. Nanagyud finally. Okay, okay na. And ko, sir. Okay na po. Thank you, Lord. Chokes na, sir. Okay, goods na? Okay, ayan na, sir. Number 35. Okay, okay na po, sir. Okay na. Ay, salamat. Thank you, Lord. By God's grace. Okay, now let's proceed no again. Number 35. Parang tapos na tayo dito, no? Number 35, the answer in here is letter C, okay? Adapt your lesson to multiple learning styles, okay? Again, for number 35, differentiated instruction, the purpose for that is adapt your lesson to multiple learning style. Okay? Ayan. So, saan na ba tayo? Ayan, dito is 3 to 10 ha for remedial school-based session. Pero pag tutorial, again, that is for 2 to 3. These numbers are the ideal ha. Ideal. Okay, 3 to 10 learners for remedial school-based session for ideal number. Okay, for the ideal number for regular tutor, no, that's for 2 to 3. Okay, take note of that. Okay. Okay, now what is the accepted term for a list of topics to be covered by an educational program? Ayan. Okay, so what is the accepted term for a list of topics to be covered by an educational program? A, syllabus, letter B, course guide, letter C, curriculum guide, letter D, learning plan. Meron po 13 at 14 po tayo sa structure ha, if ever meron po tayong schedule. So, the structures are actually based no from the resent no resent examination na lumabas. So, dun tayo magfo-focus. Okay? Ayan. So, what is the accepted term for a list of topics to be covered by an educational program? Okay, so very good. Next Saturday and Sunday po, let me check it, 13 and 14, no? So please communicate with Coach Safi for that, okay? Ayan. Same price pa rin naman yata. Same price lang po yata lahat, no? But even if I am discussing the structure, no, it will be mixed with other topics as well. Kasi para ma-covered po natin, madami po tayong scope na ma-discuss, okay? Ayan. Medyo natagalan lang talaga akong gumawa kasi sobrang hirap po, no? Gumawa talaga ng structure na mas madaling intindihin. Okay? Basically from the ruling. Okay? We use the rules, no? All right. Okay, so for this one, the correct answer for this is since we have the clue. Again, our clue, ano yung clue natin? The clue is, where is my magical pen? Okay. Wala nga man eh. Taysa. Okay. All right. Our educational clue here is educational program. Okay. And when we say program, no, it is offered for higher levels, no, such as, for example, tertiary. Okay. So please take note of that. Okay. Tertiary level. So once it is tertiary level, no, and at the same time, yes, you are right, list of topics, no, to be covered by an educational program. All right. So the answer for that is syllabus. Okay. Good job. That is syllabus, no? All right. List of topics to be covered by an educational program. The answer for that is syllabus. Okay, and that is for tertiary or higher level. All right, not just for tertiary level, but also for the graduate school and postgraduate school degrees. No, they offer and they give no list of topics to be covered for educational program, and that is for syllabus. Now, for the course guide. Okay, as well as to the learning plans, these are for the lower years. Okay, this is for the lower years, such as, for example, elementary, high school, and senior high. So, course guide, curriculum guide, and learning plan are applicable for that levels, except for the syllabus. Okay, again, so very good. All right, now I guess let's move. 38. What is the specification of the content of the course of instruction that is also list and will be taught and tested? So again, what is the specification of the content of the course of instruction that also lists and will be taught and tested? Letter A, curriculum. B, learning design. C, syllabus design. Letter D, academic design. What's the answer? Okay. Ano yung clue natin? Paki-comment ng clue. Everyone, please comment also the clue. Ano yung clue natin? Major clue natin. Okay, everyone, what is our major clue? Ayan, taught and tested. Okay? Now, hindi ko kasi nabigyan to ng emphasis kahapon, so I'll be just highlighting it, no? Ayan. So, yes, you're right. The correct answer is syllabus design. It's just that, no, meron pong pagkakaiba sa syllabus at saka sa syllabus design. Supposed to be the correct answer in here is si syllabus lamang. Okay, si syllabus lamang po dapat ang sagot dito. However, sa options natin kasi, walang syllabus alone. It's just that meron siyang design. Kaya yung tamang sagot or akma dito na sagot is of course the syllabus design. However, kapag may dalawang options na syllabus or syllabus design, ang isasagot po natin ang syllabus because this one taught and tested, no? This is or it refers to the syllabus alone. Okay? Syllabus is a specification of content of a course of instruction and lists will be taught and tested. So that is for syllabus itself. No? That is for syllabus itself. Now, sir, paano pag sinabi nating syllabus design? Okay, the meaning for that is the process of developing a syllabus. No, still, sino po ba yung nag-introduce nito? Still po si Richards, 2001. Okay? So ano yung kaibahan? Again, syllabus is specification of the content of a course of instruction and lists what will be taught and tested. While for the other way around, no? The syllabus design is the process of developing a syllabus, no? And that's per Richards 2001. Okay? So, it's just that in number 38, we choose syllabus design kasi wala po si syllabus. Okay? Take note nyo po yan. But then, since nandyan si syllabus design, siya po yung sasagot natin. Pero kapag sa options, nandyan po si syllabus. Let's say, for example, nasa sa letter A, okay, lagay ko lang. Of course, ang isasagot po natin ay si syllabus. Okay? I hope that's clear to everybody. Okay, the difference of syllabus and syllabus design. Because syllabus design is the process, okay? Process of developing the syllabus. That's per for Richards 2001. Okay? So, ayan. I hope that that thing is clear to everybody. Okay? Yung pagkakaiba ni syllabus, the syllabus is thought and tested. Si syllabus design, process. Okay? Ayan. So, please take note of that sa mga nag-take note. Lahat kayo mag-take note. Okay? Ayan. Let's move. Alright. So, what development deals, no? Mas okay pa talaga 'pag live, sir, kasi in fairness sa 38 question lahat na-retain at naalala pa ng brain cells ko. Very good po, ma'am, 'no? Hindi ko lang kayo makita kung sino kayo kasi Facebook user. Okay. All right. Okay, sir, sabi ni Ma'am Rodriguez. Okay, let me go back in here, no? What development deals with what learners should determine and develop in accordance with the aims and objectives? Letter A, learning development. Letter B, social and language development. Letter C, cognitive development. Letter D, curriculum development. What's your answer? 20 seconds. Let's start. Let's go. Everyone, walang matutulog. Lalabas ako sa screen nyo. Sige. Okay, 'di ba para na talagang hari 'no, king. Ayan, may movie ba? May movie bang King Solomon? Hindi ko pa alam 'yan, ah. Alright. Mhm, okey. Sana all. Tara sir, labas po dito sa screen kasi may handaan dito sa bahay. Sana all, pahingi po ako please. Charis. Ma'am Roshan, yes po, visible na po kayo. Alright? So, and here, the correct answer, that's good and very good everybody. The correct answer in here is curriculum development. Ayan, okay? It is more comprehensive process than syllabus design, okay? Because it includes the process that are used to determine the needs of a group of learners, no? To develop the aims and objectives for the program to address those needs of the students, no? This is still part and a spur to Richard's 2001, okay? So again, this is much more comprehensive, okay? Rather than to the syllabus design. Okay? Because it includes the process that are used to determine the needs, yung pangangailangan ng ating mga learners, no? To develop the aims or objective for a program to address those needs of the child. Okay? And that is the curriculum development. Okay? Sino yung mas comprehensive? Si syllabus design or si curriculum development? Mas comprehensive po si curriculum development kasi nga binibigyan niya ng diin at emphasize ang aims, needs na kinakailangan i-suffice ng mga teachers sa mga bata. Okay? So that is for curriculum development. Okay? Now let's move. All right. So what kind of planner draw on their understanding both of the present and long-term needs of the learners? Letter A, lesson planner. Letter B, teacher as a planner. Letter C, curriculum planner. Letter D, principles. Okay, 20 seconds starts now. Please do comment. Please, please, please. Okay. Ayan, please cast your comment. Again, ano yung mga clue natin dito? Pare ko naman. All right. Ayan, present and long-term needs of the learners. Okay, present and long-term needs of the learners. Okay, very good, no? Kasi naalala niyo yung sugot. So again, for this one, the correct answer is letter. Ayan, saglit lang. Okay, that is for curriculum as a planner or curriculum planner itself, no? Our keyword in here is present and long-term needs of the learners, no? In developing goals for educational programs, curriculum planners draw on their understanding both of the present and long-term needs of the students, no, or the learners itself, okay? And of the society as well as the planner. So please take note again that in order for us to maintain, no, the knowledge of the students, we need to make it as meaningful as it is. Okay, meaningful learning, the more it will stay in the long term memory of the students, no? And since it will store to their long term memory, of course we don't need to cater the need of the student for that level. Example, for speaking, no, once the student enjoy and master speaking anymore, there's no need for you to do speaking anymore because it's already enhanced and well developed. So proceed ka na sa ibang macro skills. Okay? Such as writing. Okay? Ayan. Alright, so that is the correct answer. So good job for everybody. Okay, now let's move. All right, in curriculum ideologies, what is known to justify the aims of the curriculum mastery of the content and develop of humanistic values and learner intellect? Letter A, academic cognitive learning. Letter B, academic rationalism. Letter C, subject learning development. Letter D, lesson topic mastery. Okay, 20 seconds starts now. Okay. All right. Okay, sana natatandaan ninyo, no? All right. Yung tamang sugot. Okay, ayan, nakikita ko na yung mga comment kung baan na pug ko, no? Ayan, ninervyos ako kasi hindi ko naman nakita kanina yung comments ninyo. Ayan, ngayon nag-a-appear na siya. Okay? Ayan, new comments. Okay. All right, now please take note of this. All right, that we are not just only looking for the content, no, but also for humanistic values. Kaya po hindi po cognitive ang answer dito, ha? Academic cognitive learning. So this is not the correct answer. Okay, subject learning development as well is not the correct answer, as well as the lesson topic mastery. But instead, the correct answer in here, in the right answer is academic rationalism. Because of rationalism, napapaloob po dito ang humanistic values and as well as the learner intellectual capacity. Now, this academic rationalism is the justification for the aims of the curriculum stresses the intrinsic value of the subject matter and its role in developing the learner's humanistic approach as well as the way how they rationalize everything. So therefore, the academic rationalism maybe a different subject is viewed as the basis for a curriculum, no? Because kaya nga sabi ko bakit siya basis ng ating curriculum, not just only for ideologies but a curriculum because napapaloob sa kanya ang content as well as humanistic values. Therefore, the students may learn the content, no, from the subject, lesson and everything, but also at the same time they will learn certain values. Okay? Wherein parang hindi na nabibigyan ng emphasis ngayon. That's why yung mga bata ngayon, no, nakikita nilang nahihirapan yung teacher magdala ng mga gamit Ano ang ginagawa nila, they will just reject the teachers, no? They do not help the teachers, no? But saludo ako sa mga ibang estudyante na ginagawa pa rin ito. Okay, na tumutulong sa mga teachers. So again, this is the basis, no? Baka kasi makakita kayo sa let na meron siyang nakalagay na basis. So again, this one is basis for the current or present, no, curriculum, wherein it is embedded with content and development as well as humanistic values that proceed to learners intellect. Okay, now let's move. All right. So in curriculum ideologies, what aspect of the curriculum emphasize the practical needs of the learners and society and the role of an educational program in producing learners who are economically productive and competent? Ayan, madami naguluhan dito kahapon. So letter A, globally competitive learners. Letter B, learners social competence. Letter C, social and economic efficiency. Letter D, practical use of knowledge through experience. What is the correct answer for this? And what is your clue? 20 seconds starts now. What is your clue, everyone? Mhm. Ayan, sabi ni Ma'am Sarah. Nawala magalit ang nawala yung comment ni ano, Ma'am Sarah. Basahin ko sana. Okay, ayan. So what is your clue, everybody? Please also comment it down there. Okay, ayan. Okay, very good. Ayan, good job, no? Kasi talagang naaalala pa. Okay lang po 'yan. Alright, nahihilo daw siya hindi dahil sa question but sa internet. Laban lang po, okay? Alright, so this one, okay, so yesterday madami talaga naguluhan dito 'no, because they think of globally competitive learners. But again, the correct answer for this 'no, is not that, but social and economic efficiency. Okay? Because mas mabigat po sa efficiency na term compared to competitive. Sir, 'di ba po meron po tayong tinatawag na everything that seems to be different. Like for example, the formal and informal words, 'di ba mas formal po si competitive, hindi po. Mas formal po at mas heavy term si efficiency. In fact, that is really the ideology of Richard 2001. Okay? So again, the correct answer for this is social and economic efficiency. Okay? Social and economic efficiency. Okay? Right, so that means to say this educational philosophy emphasizes the practical needs of learners and society, the role of educational program in producing learners who are economically productive. Okay, not just competitive but also an efficient citizen of certain society. So yung curriculum natin prepare yung mga bata no to compete no from also to be competent no in different ways no yan yung mga purpose na dapat matutunan ng mga bata. Okay? Ayan. So let's move on. Okay, number 4 to 3. Okay. Now, in curriculum ideologies, what aspect of the curriculum deal with learners' differences, students' needs, and learner self-direction. Letter A, learner development. Letter B, learner centeredness. Letter C, learner mastery. Letter D, learner skills and competence. Na-discuss ko po ito na masyado no earlier. Okay. How about the others? Ayan, bilis, bilis, bilis. Pinipressure, no? Okay. All right. Okay, very good, no? And that is correct. The correct answer in here is letter B, which is learner-centeredness. So again, in learner-centeredness, in language teaching, this educational philosophy is leading to an emphasis on the process rather than the product. So again, leading to an emphasis on the process rather than to the product, no? A focus on learner differences, learner strategies, as well as an on learner self-direction and autonomy. Okay, so that is for learner centeredness. Okay, that is letter B. Sir, nawala po ang screen. Sir, wait lang. Stop share ko muna. Nawala daw? Sir, nawala po ang screen. Nawala po ang PowerPoint. Wait lang po. Wait lang. Ginoo ko. StreamYard. Ano na naman to? Okay, wait lang. Check ko sa setting, no? Ba, ano ba to? Yes po, wait lang po ha. Wala audio? Naga-blink-blink man lagi ko here. I'm blinking. Mukha ko lang daw ang nasa screen. Wait lang po ha, wait lang. Okay, share screen. Unsa naman ni Uy? Ayan, meron na ba? Okay, how about this time? Meron na po ba? Please give me a heads up. Kung meron na, ayan, meron na daw. Okay, so let me go back. The correct answer for this, no, please take note of the clue. All right. The clue natin here is learners' differences, student needs, and learner self-direction. That is the goal of the curriculum as well. That's why in curriculum ideology is emphasized by Richard Students 2001, no? That everything must be learner-centered. Okay, that's why if our curriculum is learner-centered, therefore your lesson plan, okay, lesson plan, okay, activities and so on, no, must be learner centeredness, okay, or learner centered. Okay, please take note of that. Lesson plan, activities, instruction, all through this, no, must be learner centered. Okay, ayan. Klaro naman siguro yung akong PowerPoint. Yes, meron na po. Okay. Ayan. Sige, let's move. Ayan, okay. In curriculum ideologies, what aspect of the curriculum emphasize the relationship of school rules and learners in developing society and justice? Letter A, society in the world of learners. Letter B, social learning development. Letter C, social reconstructionalism. Letter D, social rationalism. Again, letter A, society and the world of learners. Letter B, social learning and development. Letter C, social reconstructionalism. Letter D, social rationalism. Okay, ayan. Bilis, bilis, bilis. Ayan, sabi ni Mama Donna, relationship, ano to, OD? School rules and learners and developing injustice. Ah, okay. Alright. Check nyo din yung spellings ninyo, ha? Okay, baka sa dalawang social reconstructionalism, pero yung isa, mali yung spelling. Naku, lagot tayo dyan. Okay, so since nasabi ko na yung answer, that is correct, no? The correct answer for this is, asan akong arrow? Ayan. Social, social rationalism. Taysa. All right. So the correct answer in here is social reconstructionalism. That is for letter C, no? Ayan. Social reconstructionalism, no? Relationship of school rules and learners and developing social or society injustice. Okay, so this curriculum perspective emphasizes the rules of the schools and the learners that can be should pay in addressing social injustice as well as inequality to everybody. Okay, ayan. So that is social or society injustice, and the correct answer for that it's letter C. Okay, social reconstructionism, wherein this is the perspective wherein it eliminate injustice and inequality as well, not just in the society, but also inside in the classroom or the school itself. Okay, this is the perspective that the curriculum must taken into consideration. Okay, ayan, that is letter C. Okay, all right, now let's move. Okay, and curriculum ideologies. What aspect of the curriculum seeks to redress cultural differences and reduces discrimination to raise self-confidence? Ayan. A, humanitarian curriculum. Letter B, cultural pluralism. Letter C, cultural acceptance. Letter D, cultural viewpoints. Isa to sa two mali ko kahapon, sabi ni Sir Chris. Ayan. Laban Sir Chris. Okay. Let me check. All right. Okay, so very good for that, ano? So the correct answer for this is cultural pluralism, and that is for letter B, no? Letter B is the correct answer, cultural pluralism. For letter A, this is not ideology, no? It's not ideology. It is a type of curriculum. Cultural viewpoints and cultural acceptance, these are parts, no, of cultural pluralism. Okay, so please take note. Cultural acceptance and cultural viewpoints could be a part of cultural pluralism. This is a mother term of the two terms, cultural acceptance and cultural viewpoints. It's just that hindi kasali sa humanitarian curriculum because this is a type, no, a type of curriculum. Okay. However, this one is being eliminated and being changed from the other curriculums as well. Okay. Now, again, in curriculum ideology, what aspect of the curriculum seeks to redress? No, this is our clue. No, redress cultural differences, reduces discrimination, to raise self confidence. Okay. Now, this philosophy argues that schools should prepare students to participate in several different cultures and not merely the culture of the dominant social and social economic group. Let's say, for example, in historical perspective, gaya nga na sinabi ko before, at saka kahapon, that in history, in history here in the Philippines, no, yung mayayaman lang at saka may kakayanan lamang ang pwede mag-aral sa mga paaralan. But then, if you are anak ng mahihirap, no, then you are not able to go to school. That's why it was being eliminated, no. That's why according to Richards, no, 2001, cultural pluralism must be not an ideology at the same time, but it should be put into practice by different curriculum in the world, specifically in the Philippines. Okay, so again, that is for cultural pluralism, and that's letter P. Okay, so ayan. All right. So again, everyone, this is also known as the five curriculum perspective of ideologies. So again, everyone, different approach, the rule of language and curriculum. Sino nga ang proponent at gumawa ng ideology na ito? Sino nga ulit? Ano ngang year? Name at saka year. Pakitype. Bilis, 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 bilis. Sino nga ulit? Naglalagay na sila ng score. Ayan. Richards, no? Richards, 2001. Okay? And pwede rin naman yung Richards 2000. Oh, please be careful with the spelling. Ayan. Careful tayo sa spelling ninyo. Ayan. Ano daw? Ayan. Yan, ang saya sir. Talagang natuto ako sa'yo. Talagang naalala ko mga discussion niyo. Very good, Ma'am Tan. Sino pa ba yung mga nakakaalala, no? Yes po, ganyan po yung mangyayari sa atin, Ma'am Roshen, no? From the beginning until the final. So this is your golden opportunity. Pati yung June na final coaching ko po, no, isasali ko po siya ngayong September. Okay, kay 3 days lang yan, ipupush natin, ha? Okay, kamusta ang score ninyo? 1 to 45? Kamusta ang score? Basically from our drill, kamusta? 1 to 45? Sino nakakuha ng perfect? Okay, lalabas ako sa screen ninyo 'pag hindi kayo nakakuha ng perfect. Ayan, "Sir, ang saya, wala kami mali. Sana until birthday niyo ganito pa rin." Yes, Diyos ko day. Sana nga 'no, makapasa kayo. Wow, thank you sir. You're welcome po, kakapasok ko lang po. Sir, it's okay po, you can review many time the video recording po 'no. Perfect, wow, perfect si Ma'am Roshan, si Sir Chris, Ma'am Madonna, Ma'am Carla, Ma'am Yvonne, ayan, Ma'am Raquel, sino pa ba? Ma'am Facebook user. Okay, naka-Facebook user, naka-perfect po. Marie Chris, very good. Nibundak na dyan ang ulan. It's okay, Ma'am Ann or Ma'am Anna May, no? 45 si Ma'am Ton, very good. Kasi nalate ako. It's okay po, no problem with that, no? Sa lambing at softness po ng boses niyo talagang pumapasok po sa utak namin. Thank you po. You're welcome. Sir, kailan po ang final coaching natin? This coming September po, nakalimutan ko lang yung schedule. Schedule po natin Ma'am Marie Chris, Ma'am Linan, and the rest. Ano nga po ulit yun? 3 days po yun, nakalimutan ko lang. Alright, di po na perfect sir kasi may na-miss po. It's okay po, 40 is not a bad score. Okay? Ayan. Hindi ko na po napanood yung mga session natin nung June. Sus me, kapag nandito asawa ko, ang daming gawain ng teacher. Yes, madami talagang gawain, no? Sir, we love ano daw? Sir, we love you. September 16 and 80, final coaching major. Ayan. Okay? I love you all. Ayan. Sana pumasa kayo ha. Pupuntahan ko yung kayo sa PRC. Charis. Ako sir kasi na-late ako. It's okay po, 'di ba? Kung hindi kayo na-late for sure, talagang mape-perfect din niyo din, 'no, ang ating drill. Ay, I'm so happy 'no, kasi ang bilis-bilis niyo na mag-comment. Walang nabudol for this round. So next week po ano, in our next sessions 'no, again, you know, first po nating ide-discuss is yung mga structure natin, ha? Mga structure po tayo. So please attend po kayo diyan. Kung hindi kayo maka-attend, it's okay. May recorded pa rin naman 'yan. So structure na po tayo, ha? Yes, meron pa po tayong hapon. New set of questions na tayo, okay? Ako din po nasimulan pero tama po mga sagot ko simula na. Ay, very good Ma'am Christine Zafra. Congratulations po 'no. Talaga pong na-retain sa isip ko ginagawa natin sir. Yehey! Congratulations po 'no. Sir, meron pa po tayo. Sino sa final coaching Sir Anton? Meron pa po tayo next week. Okay, meron pa po tayo next week. Tuloy-tuloy po 'to hanggang ano, as far as I know ha, Tuloy-tuloy po 'to hanggang final coaching 'no. 13, 14, 20, 21, 27, 28, ayan. So, sana mag-avail pa rin kayo para continuous po yung learning natin. Paano na lang po 'pag sa final coaching 'no, mabilisan gaya ng ginawa natin kanina, hindi pa ngayon masyadong mabilis, 'di ba? So, sa final coaching, one, anong sagot? Next, gano'n talaga. Okey, kasi imagine 150. "Sir, puwede mga 1 PM na lang start?" O sige, teach mo kami sir kung ano ang mga technique na dapat gawin during exam. Yes, I'll be going to share that one on final coaching na lang ha. Okay, love your voice sir, hindi nakakantok. Yes, thank you so much po. Okay. Sir, post po kayo sa group na 'to ha, sa mga schedule po please. So sige, post po ako sa group na 'to. Na-retain sa utak ko ang mga tinuro mo sir, pero hindi ko lang na-record ang score ko. It's okay po. Sir, i-reschedule po ng ano daw, sir, schedule po ng review sa September. Ayun po, yung final coaching na mention na po nila 16 and 18, September 16 and 18. Okay, sir, nakailang session na po kayo for September takers po? Nakalimutan ko, sir, i-review ko po ha kung ilang sessions na po lahat, Sir Chris. Sir Chris, yung isa sa mga pambato natin ano? Okay, si Ma'am Linan, sino pa ba? Si Ma'am Pau, si Ma'am Roshen, lahat po kayo pambato ng ating English warrior team na maging top notcher. Sige na, mag-top sana kayo 'no? Sana may blessing na question, sir. Oo nga pala 'no, before this afternoon 'no, before 5 PM, basta before this end 'no, I mean before this today 'no, ano daw? Ayan, na-pressure kasi na-pressure sa ano 'no, sa StreamYard. Before matapos ang araw na ito, before this they end 'no, I'll be posting the 130 questions soft copy. So, every end of the sessions po, yun na po yung ginagawa ko until September, ha? Okay, so magpo-post po ako ng 130 soft copy questions with answer key na po iyon. For free po yun, wala po yung bayad, ha? Ang ganda po ng boses mo sir, ang daling maintindihan. Ay, thank you Ma'am Ronaline. Amen sir. Di di ano daw, di na puwede makapag-repeater. So please, 'wag na po mag-repeat-repeat. Tama na. Tama na yung repeat natin, ha? Okay, 'wag na po tayong magpaabot sa new curriculum kasi it's a huge adjustment to everybody 'no, from the coaches, not just only the review center na meron tayo, but also the rest of the review centers 'no. Magre-recalibrate lahat, mag-a-adjust lahat kasi may mga bagong offer subject kaya yun. Pati ako mag-aaral ako day and night. Mag-a-attend din po ako ng seminar and workshop 'no, training for the new curriculum. Buti na lang for free po yun. Okay. Sir, saan po kami nakakapag-access ng recorded ng bawat session, sir? For yesterday, nandito po na group na ito. Libre ba yung 10 session niya? Hindi po libre. May bayad po yata. As far as I know ko 'no, kay Coach Sepe parang hindi po siya libre, ha? Ayan, pasensya na po tayo. Okay, ayan so so for the payment 'no, sa mga gustong sumali pa sa mga sessions 'no, please direct po kayo kay Coach Shepe. But hindi po ako busy, you can send naman to me your message na nakapag-avail kayo because I'll be i-screenshot ko po 'yan, i-send ko na lang ka Coach 'no. Pero ano lang po, puwede kayong mag-update with courtesy po 'no, ha? Huwag po nating kalimutan kasi yung iba parang nagagalit na, ayan. Sa page po ni teacher mag-message lang po kayo. Thank you Ma'am Anna May, that's correct 'no? Ayan, so puwede po kayong mag-update 'no ka-coach, 'pag hindi pa kayo ganito na lang mga Thursday, 'pag Thursday hindi pa kayo na-add sa bagong group page 'no, ayan puwede kayong mag-update with courtesy ha, huwag po kakalimutan yung mag-good morning tayo or good afternoon. Okay, ayan. Of course 'no, 'pag maging teacher na kayo mararamdaman niyo po 'yan sa estudyante ninyo, okay? Ayan. Kumain na po ba yung anak mo, Ma'am Yvonne? Kamusta yung anak natin diyan? Yes, that's correct 'no? Okay. Yes, dapat early po tayo mag-avail para yes, that's correct po, hindi po siya hassle 'no, and I'll try my best 'no, naaawa kasi ako 'pag hindi ako kaya yung cellphone ko 'no, talaga nasa tabi ko because kawawa yung hindi maka-join. Kaya as much as possible nagre-reply ako sa kanila. Alright? Okay. Oo nga po, kahapon pa ako naka-avail kaya nasa number 10 na ako nakaabot. It's okay, Ma'am Anna May, you can still review the recorded video naman. Okay, ayan. Alright, so do not forget the schedules na meron tayo, okay? So even if next week magkakaroon po tayo ng structure no na i-discuss, but still no, we will add some scope of the other areas of English language para madami po tayo makover, okay? Ayan. Hindi po kayo visible. I am very sorry. Do'n sa baba po kumakain ng tinapay. Ay, okay. Buti naman tinapay yung kinakain niya. "Sir, leave na po ako ha, tumutunog na po ang tummy ko." O sige, mag-early lunch ba tayo? Kasi yung iba gusto ng kumain daw. Meron pa po tayo mamaya, Ma'am Athena. Hindi pa po tayo tapos. Hindi po 'to matatapos. Whole day po tayo 'no? Same as yesterday, whole day po tayo yesterday. So, whole day po tayo, ha? Sir, payo po uli ano daw? Sir, payo po ulit ng link. Pahingi siguro ng link. Leave na rin po ako, sir. Kailangan ko na tapos paglalaba ko para concentrate mamaya. Okay, sige na nga. Mag-early lunch na lang po tayo, no? The same link po tayo and we will start at exactly 12. 12. Ano daw? At exactly 1. Ayan. Pati si Sir din yun, no? Kasi gutom na gutom. Okay. Hindi pa kasi nag-breakfast. Tapos po ako mag-lunch kanina break time. So, no all. Pahingi, ayan. Sige po ma'am, sino ba 'to naghingi ng link 'no? Wait lang, comment ko po yung link. Sige, lunch na po tayo sir please. O sige, sige na sige. Maluoy man sa taning niyo, gutom na gutom na sila. Sige, comment ko lang po 'no, yung link. Ayan. So this is the manage access 'no, ayan. Sipag ni sir, ayan. Sipag na sipag talaga 'yan. Ayan. So, ayan po, this one is the link. So, please click this one na lang po para sa manage access, ha? Okay. Sige, early lunch tayo. Start tayo at exactly 1. Okay, sige. Kain na po muna tayo lahat, ha? Out na ako, sir. Kakanta pa ako ng happy birthday sa asawa ko. Sige, kanta na po muna tayo. Pahingi po ng cake. Okay, sir. Thank you po. You're welcome. Kain ka na din po, sir, para mas maganda. O sige po, kakain na din po talaga tayo. Sige po, see you later, everyone. Have a good day. And happy birthday po sa ano niyo, husband niyo. Okay, sir. Bye. Okay, bye po. See you mamaya ha. Meron pa po tayo mamaya. Nandito ka pala talaga, Ma'am Marie Chris. Kahapon, hinahanap akala ko nga 'di ba okay, nandun sa review center si Ma'am Marie Chris. Nandito ka pala kahapon. Kaya hindi ko nababasa mga comment mo kasi Facebook user. Sige lang po. It's okay. Ayan, sige kain na muna tayo, madlang people. And see you later on. Bye-bye po. Sige, no problem po. Panoorin niyo po ito ulit. Visible po ako, sir. Hindi po. Ano po, after you accept the manage access, no, ano na lang muna, exit the Facebook, try to join again, no, the live. Para ano, nawala yung link. Wait lang. Ayan, sige. Balik po tayo maya-maya, ha? Okay, this is your request na mag-early lunch tayo. So, sige. 'Di ko sir makita ang link. Okay na Ma'am Abigail, kita ko na po kayo, Abigail Galang Malari. Sige po, see you later. Okay, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Ayan. Hello, good afternoon. All right, hello. Ayan. Okay, so I hope that everyone, no, na-accept na nila yung manage access so that it will be visible in my end, ano? Ayan. So, hello, good afternoon once again to everybody. So, I hope that you're doing fine and nakapag-rest na yung iba. Okay, at the same time, you were able to get enough lunch, no? Ayan. Right, wait lang. Nag-change location tayo kasi nawalaan na naman yung internet connection. Akala ko bumalik na, yun pala hindi pa. Paasa din 'to sa PLDT, eh. Alright. Yes po, nakapag-lunch na din po ako. Yes po, that's right. Sana all, Ma'am Kim. Enough lunch talaga, sir, naki-birthday, eh. Sana all. Naki-birthday. Ayan, magsisimula pa lang po tayo right, for this afternoon. Ayan. Yes, good afternoon, Ma'am Bern. Okay. Yes, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Okay, yes, good afternoon to everybody. Ayan, good afternoon. Giving ako sa tingog ni sir. Grabe, ang bilis naman. Alright. Good afternoon, sir. Sana di na lang umidlip, inaantok pa tuloy. O sige, shake your hands na lang po muna, Ma'am Roshan. Okay? Doge ko wala ka-avail. Okay. Talaga, Ma'am De Guzman? Visible ba ko? Sorry, yes po. Visible na po kayo, Ma'am May. Nakatulog jud ko, sabi ni Ma'am Ana Flores. Me as well, after lunch, no? Pero hindi ako humiga, natulog kasi bawal humiga 'pag busog, no? Ayan, ayokong magka-acid reflux. Sir, visible pa ako na po ba ako? Hindi pa. Hindi po kayo visible sa end ko, ayan. Right? Balak ko sana 'no, mag-movie, kaso ang layo ng sinehan dito 'no, sa susunod na lang. Kanindot sa tiyods buyag ma'am, buyag. Buyag, hapit na ang Burness. Okay, ayan. Right, good afternoon once again to everybody. Ayan, so later this afternoon, no, after our session, aalis din naman ako kasi I have my public speaking coaching na naman. Sir, visible na po ako. Yes, Sir Rolly, visible po kayo. Okay, so ang daming ganap ng inyong guro ngayong araw na ito. Freelance lang po tayo ngayon. Ayoko muna magturo sa institution, no? Because I am planning already to, ano, mag-apply sa DepEd na. Ang dami nga, Ma'am Raquel, pero nilalaban, ano? Kasi pinaghahandaan yung tuition fee. Tuition fee sa doctor's degree, ayan. Because I considered sa second sem na mag-enroll 'no, and medyo malaki yung tuition fee na babayaran. Though scholar naman ako, but wala naman kasing 100% scholar 'no. So you still pay some things like for example, projects, requirements or what, so I need to prepare 'no, ayan. Okay, so thank you po and congratulations po sa inyong lahat 'no. Yung iba nakatulog siguro kaya 53 lang muna tayo ngayon. I'm still waiting for the others before we start kasi nakakapagod bumalik, Ayan. Yes, good afternoon. Kaso hindi po kayo visible sa end ko po 'no. Pasensya na po, ayan. Thank you Ma'am Raquel sana kayo din po 'no after your let mag-masters na agad 'no. Pero kung public school lang naman po 'yan, I mean public school po iyan 'no, that's better kasi hindi na po kayo magbabayad ng ano, tuition fee as far as I know, okey. Sir nag-exit na ako, okey na po ba? Hindi po, eh, hindi po. Yes po Ma'am Shar, visible po kayo and sir or ma'am Jazz taga Mindanao, kuyaw sa pangalan ni ma'am, uy, Jazz taga Mindanao, ayan. Yes po Ma'am Carla, you are visible. As you can see and hear, you are visible po. Ayan, sige, it's already 58 viewers, no? I do not know what happened to others. Puhon sir kami na po. Yes. No, please after let, go na to master's degree, ha? Good afternoon, Ma'am Cecil. Ayan. Nakapag-pay na ako for September 16. Ang bilis. Ang bilis. Okay, very good po ano kasi nakapag-pay na yung iba for 16 and 18. So again, if we have a schedule on August 13 and 14, we will have a new set of questions that focus on the structures of grammar, specifically to the new areas of models, no? All right, and so on and so forth. Ayan. Okay. And at the same time, we will add additional, tawag nito, additional materials or sources that could also help us to finish the scope of the English language. Okay. Ayan. So you may ask, Coach Sepe in advance as to how much is the payment for our next schedule. Okay. Medyo mahal actually, Ma'am Roshan. It costs 100,000 pesos po lahat yung nagastos ko. But hindi po 'yan ano ha, agad-agad. Ano 'yan, yung parang dahan-dahan lang siya. But if I compute it all in all, no, it's almost 100,000 po talaga. Mura pa po 'yan 'no, depende kung anong school or institution yung papasukan ninyo. Alright, sige. Good afternoon. Yes, Ma'am Anna May, you're visible na po. Okay. Hindi pa po visible. Ayan, ito yung mga hindi pa visible. Ayan. Okay, yun yung mga hindi pa po visible, no? Ayan. Alright, so I hope that my voice is clear this time. And before we start, paki-comment nga ng ready. Ayan. Comment na ngayon ng ready. Ready na. Ayan. Paki-comment na po, everyone. Please comment it here that you are ready. English Warrior, please comment it now. Ready na. Ayan. That's good. Okay, so welcome everyone to our afternoon session. So we are done with our drills, and I'm very glad and I'm very happy that mostly, or shall we say, majority of you know, walang bumaba ng 40 ang score, and may na mga naka-perfect, and that's good kasi you still remember the following discussions and rationalization that we have in our subject. Okay, so that's good. Okay? Ayan. So for this time, no, we will have a new set of questions. So good luck to everybody. So it's okay if ever medyo magkaiba po tayo ng sugot sa iba. That's fine because you need to have independent learning at the same time. So like what I've said earlier, na wag muna tayo mag-research, just rely on to your analysis. Okay? Sarili nyo muna yung um, tawag dito, um, pagbasehan niyo ng mga sagot ninyo. Okay? Ayan. Alright, saglit lang ha. Okay, wait lang. Aray ko. GG na. Alright. So just be honest with yourself, no? Kasi wala naman pong bearing kung ma-perfect kayo ngayon. That's good because it's an indicator na may natutunan kayo. It's just that I want you to get a score, no, basically from your own assessment, no? Yung score na nakuha nyo is based on your own analysis because sa susunod na magkaroon ulit tayo ng drill, at least, no, maalala nyo pa rin yung mga questions na na-throw sa inyo. Okay? So let me share again my screen to everybody since everybody in here ready na. Okay? Okay, sige. Wait lang. Okay. All right, share. Anyway, baka mawala na naman ako mamayang hapon, okay? Because nag-time limit na sa StreamYard. Antay-antay lang po kayo ng kaunti because I'll be back, okay? I will just create a new broadcast, okay? So antay-antay lang po kayo if ever na mawala ulit ako, ha? Mamayang hapon. Same as yesterday. So antay-antay lang po kayo, okay? So I hope that's clear to everybody. So let me share my screen now. Bakit ayaw ma-share? Anong kaguluhan ito? Okay, wait lang. Alright. Now, klaro na ba ang screen ko? Is it visible in your end? The PowerPoint presentation, is it projected into your end? Please let me know. Yes po, ayan. Alright. Okay, that's good. Alright. Okay, klaro pa sa kaugmaon, sir. Ay, bongga. Okay, ayan. Sige. So, this is number 4 to 5. Again, this is cultural pluralism. Okay? So, our clue here is redress cultural differences and reduces discrimination to raise confidence. Okay? Ayan. All right. Now this time let's talk about objectives, no? All right. So here, Teacher Maria is making her objective using will study, will learn about, and will prepare along with its content. Student will learn how to write the poem. And this part, what is Teacher Maria violation of the objective characteristic? Letter A, objective must be smart. B, objective, describe a learning outcome. Letter C, objective, describe the content. Letter D, objective will happen in the future application of the skill. Okay, timer. Okay, don't you worry, even if we have timer, please do not jump into conclusion. Just still read and analyze the question, no? I will take into consideration this time muna. Okay, sa final coaching time, just strict. Okay, sige. Okay, pakilagay bakit letter B ang sagot ninyo? Okay, why is it letter B? Please let me know as well. Okay, additional 10 seconds to everybody. Please cast your comments. Okay, why is it B? Okay, or C or A? Okay lang po magkaiba tayo ng sagot, okay? Okay, ayan. Alright. Okay, sana naririnig ako, ano? Nakamute ba ako? Baka daldal ako ng daldal dito, wala na naman nakakarinig. But anyway, ayan, sana 'no, okay. Let me see the indicator. Madungog man siguro ko. Alright, hindi kasi ako nakamute. Alright, so here, Teacher Maria, we are talking about here about objectives, no? These are the statements of objective, no? And characteristic of objective proposed by Richards way back 2002. Now, that is why Richard 2002 proposed this one, and this was actually being used by many teachers as of this time, especially in tertiary level. No, in tertiary level, we are discussing this already to our students or future educators, that these guidelines must be used, no, in accordance to how they plan exactly and how they choose their objectives. Okay, now let's have this first. Okay, Teacher Maria is making her objective using will study. Where is my magical pen? Wait lang. Okay, we have here will study, will learn about, will prepare along with its content. And this is an example. Student will learn how to write the poem. What have you observed? Ano ba yung repeated words in here or repetitive, okay, words that is being used in here, no? All right. Okay, here in writing objective expression like will study, will learn about, will prepare students for are avoided since they do not use, okay, or they do not describe the result of learning, but the rather what students will do during a course. Therefore, this kind of objective must be eliminated and must be revised. Okay? Because instead of using will, because this is in future form. Remember, if we are creating objective, no, we are not allowed to use it in objective form. Okay, it should be different way. Like for example, this one is students will learn how to write the poem. Instead, or let me have another example, no? The students will learn how to write effective business letters for use in the hotel and tourism industries. Okay, it's a violation to use future tense. Okay, so here it should be the student can understand and respond to simple questions over the telephone. Pwede ganon. Okay, or you may start with the competency based on the Bloom's taxonomy. So here, there is no as well, it is also like, for example, wala kasing specified competency basically from the Bloom's taxonomy given. Okay, remember that the verbs there no encompasses with different stages. Okay, if you remember, no? So in this case, this one is a violation. So ano ba yung tamang sagot? Ano ba yung violate ni Teacher Maria? Ang violate niya is objectives describe a learning outcome. We need to make sure that if we create okay a learning objective, it should be or it describe a learning outcome. Okay, so again, in writing objective expression like will study, will learn about, will prepare, students for must be eliminated or must be avoided since they do not describe okay the result of learning but rather what the students will do during a course. So therefore objectives can generally be described with phrases that is in present and they are practically using okay in accordance to the Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, therefore, the correct answer in here is letter B, objective describe a learning outcome. But again, what we are looking here is the teacher's violation. Okay, here. In this part, what is teacher violation? Ano yung pagkakamali ni Teacher Maria sa paggawa ng ikanyang lesson objectives? Okay? Okay, the answer for this is letter B, which means objective describe a learning outcome. Okay? Ayan. All right, so let's proceed. Okay, what characteristic of objective emphasize the objective must clearly serve to realize an aim should be included? A, learning process. B, objective should be consistent with the curriculum. C, objectives should be smart along with the curriculum. D, objective should be spiral. Okay, so timer, where is my timer? Okay, timer, start. Wag mo nang ma-pressure sa timer ha. I'll be considerate with the time. Okay, let's start. Okay. Okay, so additional 10 seconds. Okay, teachers, additional 10 seconds. All right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Ayan. All right, so time's up. Okay, so let me have my magical pen. All right, so here, characteristic of objectives. So we are talking about, again, characteristic of objectives. Okay, that is being proposed by Richards, I'm sorry, way back 2002. Now, what is our clue here. Now, our clue here is objective must be clearly served, realize, and aim, and should be included. Okay? Nga naman ni. Alright. Nga naman ni akong screen. Ayan. Okay. Nasa akong magical pen. Alright. Ano ba yung una natin tatanggalin? Ang una natin tatanggalin is learning process. Everything is a learning process, no? All right, so learning process is not the correct answer since this one is lacking in details. No, learning process. What kind of learning process that is? Okay, medyo kulang siya and it's so confusing as well. So learning process is not the right answer that will direct us to answer the question. So letter A is not the correct answer. Next, ano ba sunod natin tatanggalin? Objective should be spiral, not. Take note, not the objective ang spiral, kundi ang curriculum. Okay? Take note, not, no? Again, hindi po ang objectives yung spiral, kung hindi ang curriculum. Let me take note in here. Curriculum po ang spiral, hindi po ang objective. Okay? Ayan. Curriculum po ang okay, ang spiral, no? Spiral progression. Ang spiral progression po natin ay ang ating curriculum. Okay? Take note of that. So, ang natitira na lang ay B at saka si C. Alright. So, I believe that most of you in here also choose the word smart. Okay, but we are not asking for application, but the aim of the objective. Therefore, the correct answer that is letter B. Objective should be consistent with the curriculum. Of course, no? Everything, remember that we have vertical and horizontal alignment. We have to align, all right, our standards to the performance standard, to the assessment, to activities. Align dapat yan lahat. Therefore, the objectives na ginagamit natin must be consistent with the curriculum. I do understand that some of institutions right now are letting the students to create their own objectives. I am referring to college education students, no, because we are being asked, no, to write and to create our own objectives. However, it is so nice as well, no, na sana they take in consideration that education students right now must take a look again, or must take a look with the curriculum guide, so that they have no already the idea how to unpack the competencies, how to break down, how to align the competencies, how to check, no, the alignment or the horizontal and the vertical alignment. No, sana ganun yung gawin ng mga institution. But again, it's okay, no? Kasi pagdating nila ng school, medyo masya-shock sila, no? Merong culture shock kasi pipili na lang sila actually ng objectives sa ating curriculum guide. Okay? So again, objectives should be consistent with the curriculum, and that should be the aim, no, of the objectives. All right? Okay. I believe that objective should be smart, but again, this is more on about application. Okay? Super late, nakatulod ng mahimbing. Okay, bawi na lang tayo sa next live. Grabe naman yan, Ma'am Bern. Is it true pala, maganda sa mata at magandang basa, hindi yung sagot? Okay. Super tricky ng question. Yes. Okay, so may pa-heart-heart na yung iba. So meaning to say, talagang ano, no? Talagang ano na sila. Tamang-tama yung sagot nila. Okay? Oh, 'di ba? Number 2 pa lang wrong na. It's okay. So again ha, objectives, hindi po siya spiral kung hindi yung curriculum, ha? I hope that you are taking down notes. Ay, very good si ano, Ma'am Carla. Medyo late na po. It's okay, Ma'am Yvonne. Yes, that's why I told you, no, to think critically. I-contextualize niyo talaga yung mga questions, okay? All right, sige, let's continue. Okay, so here teacher Jenny creates an objective that is ideal, high, and heavy to achieve. In this part, what is teacher Jenny violation of the objective characteristics? Okay, sir, pwede pa-explain ang spiral? Sige. Sige, balikan ko lang po ha before tayo sa 48. Okay, so what does it mean when we say spiral? Okay? Remember, way back in our time, during high school tayo, no, may mga subjects na hindi continuous. Let's say, for example, sa grade 7, merong subject-verb agreement. Pero pagdating ng second year nila, okay, or grade 8, no, pagtungtong ng grade 8, wala na po si subject-verb agreement. However, this one, spiral progression, a type of spiral progression curriculum, it continuous, no, from easiest to the highest form of learning. So let's say for example, since this one, spiral progression, no, nangyari na siya or in-apply na po siya sa Philippine curriculum. So that's why if you notice, if you're teaching in your OJT, if you notice, sa grade 7 may subject-verb agreement, no? So subject verb agreement 1 to 3 ang tinuturo. Pagdating ng grade 8, mabibigla na lang kayo, continue pa rin, nandoon pa rin ang subject verb agreement. So everything, no, from yeah, simple to complex. That's it. So from grade 7 to grade 10 nila, from grade 7 to grade 10 or anong tawag dyan sa atin, first year high school to fourth year high school, no, everything that they've learned from the basic one will still continue or continuous, no? Kaya siya tinawag na spiral progression. Okay? Paulit, 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 no? Or pabalik-balik, pabalik-balik. Kasi before, sa time natin, no, kaya daw nakakalimutan ng mga bata ang application ng subject-verb agreement or any other subjects, no? Kasi hindi continuous ang learning. So, yun po yung goal ng spiral progression, no? To be able to continue the learning of the student from the basic until they master it. Because they believe, no, according to some articles as well in spiral progression development, they also believe that in order for the student to master certain content matter or subject matter, no, they need to reach an optimum time to master from the basic until to the highest form of learning, okay, or simple to complex, okay. Ayan, so that is the purpose of spiral progression. Balikan ko lang, ang spiral progression po, ang purpose niya po is to continue or to continue the learning of the student. Okay? Let's say for example, subject-verb agreement. Sa grade 7, ang na-introduce lang is 1 to 3. Pagdating ng grade 8, if you notice, in the curriculum guide, nandoon pa rin si subject-verb agreement. Hindi nawawala. Okay? Because, kaya nga sabi ko, ang spiral progression, they believe that in order for the student to master certain subject content or subject matter, they need to master the basic before reaching to the highest form of learning. Okay? So I hope it is clear to everybody. Okay? Yes, that's correct. Magkataas ang level, magka-wide ang learning. Okay? Or basic to complex. Okay? That's good. Ayan. So I hope it is clear to everybody. Oh, yes. Pwede din. Diagramming. Example niyan. Okay? Yes. The topic should be part of the whole of learning. Ayan. Sa, okay. Ayan. Alright. So, yun po ano. Okay. So, sa Philippines po, take note, we are applying the spiral progression po ano. And if you notice, if you have some time, you may check no the curriculum guide. Okay, of English. You will notice there that the competencies as well as the topic itself no paulit-ulit siya. Kasi nga yun nga continuous dapat ang learning. Okay, hindi dapat siya napuputol. Okay? Saan po ang correct answer? Sa 47 po ang correct answer po dito is letter B. Okay, aim. Okay, objective should be consistent with the curriculum. Sa letter D po, hindi po siya ang tamang sagot because again, spiral po ang hindi objective. Ang spiral po ay ang curriculum. Okay? While for letter C, smart, this is more on application na. Okay, ayan. Okay, sana clear na 'no? Okay na ba? Naliwanagan na ba ang lahat? Okay na ba? Alright. Mhm. Okay. Okay, sige. Okay na ba? Clear na ba, madlang people? Or do you have me to repeat it again? Okay. Alright. Okay. Now let's move. Number 48, ayan, si Teacher Jenny na po ulit tayo. Teacher Jenny, okay, creates an objective that is ideal, high, and heavy to achieve. Now, in this part, what is Teacher Jenny violation of the objective characteristics? No, letter A, objective must be practical. Letter B, objective should be feasible. Letter C, objective should be irreconcilable. Letter D, objective should be consistent and incoherent. Now, what is the correct answer? Clear, sir. Thank you po. All right. That's good. Okay, let's start. 1 minute. All right. Additional 10 seconds. Okay. 5. Wala na bang habol? 4, 3, 2, and 2, and 1. Okay. Ayan. Let me have my magical pen. Okay, let me see their answers. Ayan, yan yung mga sagot ninyo. Okay? Alright, so ano kaya yung una natin tatanggalan? Of course, our first to eliminate is letter A. Sir, why? Again, not all objectives are practical. Again, not all objective are practical. No? Hindi lahat ng objectives are created to be practical. Okay? Why, sir? Because again, we are following the Bloom's taxonomy. And remember, each of the levels of Bloom's taxonomy are not practical in the nature. No, it's not practical by nature. Again, objective must be practical. That the answer here is no, because again, not all objectives are practical by nature. Okay? Ayan. Next, ano ba yung violation ni Teacher Jenny? The violation of Teacher Jenny is create, no? Gumawa siya ng objective na ideal, high, and heavy to achieve. Okay. Now here, ano ba sunod natin tatanggalan? That is letter C. Objective should be irreconcilable. Now that is wrong because the word irreconcilable is inconsistent. Therefore, this is a negative word. Okay? This is not what we are looking for, so this is wrong. Okay, irreconcilable, inconsistent. Therefore, that is not the correct answer. Okay? Sunod. Ano sunod natin tatagalan? Letter D. Okay? Why letter D, sir? Kung wala lang sana tong incoherent, okay? Ito na sana yung pinaka the best na answer. Kung consistent and coherent sana ito, maaari. It's just that because of the inconsistency of the given answer. Let's say for example, objective should be consistent. Tama po itong consistent. Okay, because when we say consistent, that means to say you are feasible. Okay, and you are creating attainable objectives. But because of the word incoherent, this option makes it negative. Okay, ayan. So therefore, letter D is not the correct answer. Okay? The correct answer in here is letter B, which means objective should be feasible. Let me take a look with the question again. As teacher, we are not allowed to create ideal, high, and heavy to achieve competency, because if you do that, then you are not following the learner-centered approach. Okay, teacher-centered ka na or subject-centered. Kasi kapag teacher-centered ka at saka subject-teacher ka, commonly, you've forgotten the purpose of creating objective. So the tendency is you will create ideal, high, and heavy to achieve objectives. Claro? Again, if you are learner-centered approach teacher, okay, isinasaalang mo ang paggawa ng objectives basically sa needs ng mga bata. But if you are creating ideal, high, and heavy to achieve objectives, then you are teacher or subject-centered teachers. Okay? And again, we need to be feasible. Therefore, objectives should describe outcomes that are attainable in the time available during the subject for the students. So, objectives from affective or cognitive, affective, and psychomotors must be feasible or attainable. Okay? So, I hope that's clear to everybody. Okay? Ayan. So, again ha, pag ideal, high, and heavy yung objective, that is for the teacher-centered, okay, or subject-centered. Okay, but if you are creating objectives na isinasaalang ang needs ng mga bata, then you are following the learner-centered approach. And if you follow that, and if you did not violate that, then you follow this ruling, no? Objectives should be feasible. Okay? Mute, sir, ha? Nakamute ba ako? Hindi naman ako nakamute. Napakikinggan po ba ako ng lahat? Kasi sabi ni mute, sir. Hindi ako naka-mute, 'di ba? Okay. Yes, that's correct, Ma'am Ta, no? Everything must be convenient sa mga learner. Even if ngayon, pandemic, 'di ba? Yung first time natin sa pandemic, no? Of course, everybody, no, nag-a-adjust. But then we are creating objectives na convenient para sa mga bata. Hindi dapat tayo ang masunod, no? Ayan. Kaya we offer different modalities for the students. Okay? Ayan, crystal clear po. Okay, very good. I'm happy with that, no? Kasi crystal crystal clear daw po. All right. Okay. Hindi ka nakamute. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Ronaldine. And to everybody, no, na nag-respond. Yeah, student-centered or learner-centered. Okay? Ayan. Okay, here, Teacher Angel uses approach that focuses on rational cognitive orientation in his class. What aspect of the contemporary approach does the teacher integrate into his lesson? A, silent model. Letter B, silent way approach. Letter C, silent and loud approach. Letter D, communicative approach. You're welcome po. Okay, for everybody po yan. Sige, laban. Uy, ginoo ko. Hello, nandito na ako. Naririnig na pa ako. Bakit may pa-automatic mute, no? Okay. Delete ko muna yung ano, yung pen ko. Wait lang. Hello, naririnig na ba? Hello, hello, hello. Okay, rinig na. Diyos ko. Underline na underline pa ako, hindi pa pala ako naririnig. Okay, wait lang. May pa-automatic mute si ano ha, StreamYard. Okay. So, let's have Teacher Angel. Ayan, favorite ni Oni. Ayan, ang mga angel soul. But anyway, all right. Okay, Teacher Angel no uses an approach that focuses on rational cognitive orientation. So in his class, what aspect of contemporary approach? So we are talking about contemporary approach, no? Does the teacher integrate into his lesson. So ano ba yung mga contemporary approach na dapat nating isaalang-alang? So actually, we have two contemporary approach. Okay? Alright. So ano ba yung una natin tatanggalin dito? Of course, ang una nating tatanggalin ay silent and loud approach. Okay? Silent and loud approach is not an approach but an activity. Okay? This is an activity. All right. Now, next, silent model. What kind of silent model that is? This is not the best answer in the question given. So, silent model is not the correct answer. Okay. Next, B, silent way approach or communicative approach. Okay. For those people who answer communicative approach, this is incorrect. Okay. Because we are looking on contemporary approach. Okay? And remember, in contemporary approach, we have only two or the common two. But in communicative approach, this is more on about communication, no? The target. So, let's say, for example, the communicative approach is based on the idea that learning language is successfully comes through having to communicate with real meaning. Okay? When learners are involved in real communication, their natural strategy for language acquisition will be used. Okay, remember we have different communicative approaches. If you still remember, right? Okay. Now, the correct answer for this one is silent way approach. Okay, this is belong to what we call contemporary approach, and this is letter B. Okay. Now, this is a rational cognitive orientation in the way in which they both emphasize the learning of the language forms. Okay. So, silent way approach focus on the language forms. Okay. Tandaan ninyo yan. Language forms po kapag sinabi nating silent way approach. It is a contemporary approach. And the correct answer in here is silent way approach. Now, kapag sinabi nating language form, we do have different language form. Okay? Tatandaan nyo yan. Okay? Ayan. All right. So we have different language form. For example, the levels of language. We have phonology, morphology, semantics, syntax, discourse, and pragmatics. So yan po yung fino-focus ni silent way approach. Okay, balikan lang po natin. All right, so this approach being used by Teacher Angel no, that focuses on rational cognitive orientation. Ito po yung tinatawag nating rational cognitive orientations are the levels of the language. No? In his class. No, tinatarget po ni Teacher Angel yung mga levels of language ng mga bata. Okay? So that might be it will be improved or not. Okay? Again, what aspect of contemporary approach? No, again, we have only two. So if you have the idea, no, here we have the idea that this one is a contemporary approach. But then, ano ba yung purpose no, ng silent way approach? Again, sabi ko nga kanina, it emphasizes the learning of language forms. Okay, and isa sa mga example ng language forms ay levels of language. Okay, for example, the phonology, orthography, morphology, semantics, syntax, discourse, and pragmatics. Okay? And that is the focus of silent way approach. Please take note of that. Okay? Ayan. So the answer in here is letter B. Now take note, sino ba ang nag-propose, no, ng statement na ito at sino ba ang nag-develop? Ang nag-develop po sa kanya ay si Catigno 1972. Okay? Please take note, Catigno 1972. Okay? Show ko lang dito. Wait lang. All right, one second. All right. Silent Way approach is a Catigno 1972 that focus onto, all right, siya ang nag-develop ng Silent Way approach and focus onto the emphasizes the learning of language forms such as the level of the language. Okay, so please take note of that. Silent Way approach. Okay, all right, that's it. Mm-hmm. All right. Okay, ayan. Sige, let's move. Now let's talk about the second approach. Wait lang. Ayan. Teacher Gilbert uses the approach that focuses on the importance of listening and comprehension prior to his class. Now, what aspect of the contemporary approach does the teacher integrate into his lesson? Okay. Letter A, Rayleigh. Letter B, natural approach. Letter C, listening comprehension approach. Letter D, natural affective approach. Okay. Timer. Alright, report daw niya 'pag college, nakalimutan lang. Okay, time's up. Additional 10 seconds, hindi pa pala tapos ang iba mag-analyze. Ayan, sige. Sa final coaching 'no, humanda talaga. Okay, madugong laban na sa final coaching kasi. Parang lahat ng choices correct. Ayan, piliin niyo po yung best, 'no, alin kaya dito yung pinaka the best na option 'no, para sa tanong na ito. Okay, okay lang po iba tayo ng sagot sa ibang tao, okay? Alright, type ko lang po in advance 'no, yung wait lang. Ayan, sinave ko lang in advance para ma-show ko na lang later. Okay, ayan. Alright, now let's start Okay, where is my magical pen? Okay, Teacher Gilbert uses the approach. No, still it's approach, no, that focuses on the importance, no, all right. Importance of listening and comprehension prior to his class. Still, we are talking about what kind of approach. We are talking an approach that focus on to contemporary approach. However, this approach deals more on about listening and comprehension. Okay. All right. Now, who is Rayleigh? This is not the correct answer. Okay, because Rayleigh discussed no the types of syllables. Okay, so we do have different types of syllables. Remember, we have structural or formal syllables. We also have notional, functional syllables, situational syllables, and so on and so forth. And who um, nagdevelop that this kind of six different types of language teaching syllabi is Sir Rayleigh. Okay, and since we are talking about contemporary approach, therefore Rayleigh is not the correct answer. Okay. Ayan. Next, ano yung sunod natin tatanggalin? Ang sunod natin tatanggalin ay sa letter D, which is natural affective approach. Remember, it is listening and comprehension. There is no such thing more on about affective part, no? We are not talking about more on affective or emotional part. Therefore, natural affective approach is not correct, nor this is not really part of contemporary approach either. Okay, so tanggalin na po natin si letter T. Okay, so dalawa na lang po ang natitira, natural approach at listening comprehension approach. Okay, so ano kaya yung tatanggalin natin? Ang tatanggalin natin ay si letter C. Okay, even if it is may sound good, okay, because of the word listening comprehension, but listening comprehension approach is not existing. Hindi po ito nag-i-exist. This is panggulo lamang, okay? And this is not really part of contemporary approach instead. Okay, so listening comprehension approach is not the correct answer. Now, which one is the correct answer here? The correct answer is natural approach. Now, natural approach deals more on about listening and comprehension of the students. Okay? Yan po yung ina-emphasize at gustong approach gamitin ni Teacher Gilbert. Okay? Ang natural approach that deals more on listening and comprehension. Bakit kaya ni Teacher Gilbert ito yung pinili niyang contemporary approach? Maaring ito yung weakness ng mga bata, di ba? So therefore, itong contemporary approach na ito yung ginamit ni Teacher Gilbert kasi ito yung nakikita niyang way to enhance the capability of the students to increase their listening skills as well as to their comprehension. No? Ayan. So, natural approach. Now, my question here is, sino kaya okay, ang nag-develop nito. Okay, please take note, ang nag-develop nito sa natural approach ay si Krashen and Terrell. Okay, 1983. So for silent way approach, we have Katigno, 1972. For natural approach, we have Krashen and Terrell, 1983. So please take note. So we only talk about the two rational cognitive view under contemporary approaches, and we have two. Okay? Silent way approach that focus onto the language forms. Ano yung example noon? Yung levels of the language like semantics, orthography, and etc. Okay, next is the natural approach, which deals more on about listening and comprehension and developing the listening and comprehension of the students or the learners of the said language. Okay? And who are the people who developed the natural approach? That is or that are Krashen and Terrell 1983. Okay? Ayan. Okay, so I hope it is clear to everybody. Okay, so pakisulat. Ayan. Okay, nasa screen po, ano? Ayan, so nailad na po ko. Okay, buti na lang nag-change oil. Hala, kahadlok. Alright. Rayleigh name ng student ko dati sa sobrang bait kapag Okay. Ma'am, okay. Basta and exam gyud dili magpailad. That's true, clear po. Sa akin lang po ba walang sounds? May sounds po sa iba, 'di ba? Because I can see my indicator in here, nagre-raise siya. Si natural approach lang naalala ko sa dalawa. Okay, so that's why I hope that you still take note, ha? Okay, take note nyo po kasi para hindi nyo malimutan yung mga approaches na to. Okay? Ayan, silent way approach for Kategno and natural approach for Krashen and Tero. Huwag niyong kakalimutan yung year, ha? Okay. Pwede kasing gamitin yung year sa lahat, panggulo nila. Okay? Merong Russian and Terrell 1986, 1996, 1987, ganyan. So, yun na, 'di ba? Na-memorize niyo yung pangalan but yung year hindi. So, please make sure you have to take note and memorize and familiarize this one. Okay? Ayan. Nag-take note po ako, sir. Very good po. Yes po, sinusulat ko lahat. Very good po. Ayan. Okay? All right. So, I guess let's have to move, no? All right. No, welcome po. Ayan. Sige, let's move. Okay, so we have here the Marzano 9 effective instructional strategies. Okay, now let me talk about first the number one. As you can see, identify similarities and differences. This is the first one, no, of Marzano instructional strategies. Sir, why we should have to learn the instructional strategy? It seems like it's from professional education. Hindi po. This one, the instructional strategies used for language teachers. No, we language teachers must follow the Marzano's 9 effective instructional strategy. Sir, bakit po siya may claim na effective? Because it was already thought and tested. Therefore, these 9 instructional strategies are effective no already because it was being tested and approved already. So these are the suggested instructional strategies that the language teachers must perform. Okay? Ayan. Number one, identifying similarities and differences. No? The ability to break a concept into its similar and the similar characteristic allows students to understand complex problem by analyzing in a more simple way. So therefore, you teacher, you have to make sure that even napakahirap ng discussion, you still make and manage to make these complex things as easier as it is para mas maintindihan ng bata. But the challenge in here, since it is instructional strategy, you have to think of an activity that break down a concept no into smaller or similar or yeah smaller or simply things, okay, before it becomes a complex. Okay, so therefore here instead of complex matter we make it into simpler matter. Okay. Ayan. For number two, of course, I think you said, sir, this is the number two is common. Yes, common po siya, pero effective po siya. This is something to do with summarizing and note taking. No, these skills support increased comprehension by asking students to identify what essential and then put it in their own words. So pwede po, no, yung mga essay writings, article writings, and so on and so forth. Number three, reinforcing effort and providing recognition. Teacher need to help students see the relationship between effort, achievement, and recognition. So what happened? Reinforcing effort. Once the students reinforce an effort, teachers also provide recognition. 'Di ba ang pagit naman, 'di ba, pag ang estudyante nag-e-effort pero ang ginawa ninyo negative reinforcement ang ginamit ninyo. Okay? So, kasali po doon yung providing recognition, yung tinatawag nating positive reinforcement. Let's say, for example, if the child got 90, no, out of 100, di ba, you still provide recognition. Di ba? Ganyan. That is very simple, no? All right, next is homework and practice. Now, homework and practice, now, if you think that homework and practice is not relevant, but according to Marzano, it's still effective and that's part of instructional strategy. Okay, for language teacher, we practice or do practice supports learning. Okay, homework needs to be intentional and have a specific goal or outcome. Kasi yung nangyayari sa ating mga language teacher sometimes, no, sino ba yung mga guilty dito? No, ang ginagawa is, okay, homework na lang yan. 'Di ba? Yan na lang ginagawa. Okay, homework na lang yan and we will discuss that later or we will discuss that tomorrow. However, pagdating na tomorrow, hindi na chine-check si homework. What's the purpose of the homework? Kaya yung mga bata ngayon, ayaw nilang gumawa ng homework because of that kind of matter. So I hope kayo ha, pag naging teacher na kayo, the homework must be given and must be checked. Okay? Ayan, wag lang ibigay. No, tapos hindi pala iche-check. Okay, binigay lang ng homework pero wala naman palang purpose. So again ha, intentional and have a specific goal or outcome. Next is number 5, the non-linguistic representation. Incorporate visual, image, pictographs, and pantomimes to reinforce concepts and vocabulary. Okay, kasi tandaan nyo that there are many compared to other type of learners, mas madami pong visual learners. Example, ako, no? Visual learner po talaga ako. Okay? So, we teachers, kaya nga kapag nagklase tayo, no, it's important that we also provide non-linguistic representations. Let's say, for example, visual, image, so that other students, no, could really understand what you are talking about. Okay? All right, next is cooperative learning. We can do this one by group, no? Or research shows that organizing students into cooperative groups yields, no, a positive effect on overall learning. Okay, the disadvantage of cooperative learning, ang nangyayari, leader na lang ang gumagawa sa activity. That's why teachers itself must roam around. No, you have to roam around. You have to check by group, no, kung nagfa-function ba lahat. Okay? Setting objectives and providing feedback. Of course, set objectives that are adaptable, attainable, and so on and so forth to student learning goal and provide feedback towards those goals. Okay. Next is generating. This is one of the highest, second highest, generating and testing hypothesis. Have students predict and test hypothesis and explain the outcome. So in English language, we do have our language assessment, no? So you can do your own in grade 10 in curriculum guide, meron pong competency doon about sa research. That's why you can let the students do an action research. Okay? Or you may introduce the difference between alternative and null hypothesis. Pwede nyo po yung gawin. Okay? Next is the highest form, questions, no, cues, and advanced organizers. No, akala lang natin yung advanced organizer wala siyang kwenta. But actually, napaka-importante niya, no? Kasi it break down also the big ideas or big concept to smaller things for us to be able to understand everything. Now, here, use question cues and advanced organizers to help students tap into their background knowledge to make sense of information. Okay, it may also broaden, no, their skills as well as their definitive stand into different issues. Let's say, for example, if they're favor of mining, no, pwede kayong gumawa ng fishbone na graphic organizer, the cause and effect. Okay? And you may elicit different questions so that you will check, no, if the student really understand kung ano yung ginagawa niya. Okay? So that is the Marzano's 9 effective instructional strategies. Okay? Now let's check if you totally understand the point of the instructional strategies given, no, by Marzano. Okay, so we have here Teacher Maria wants her student to identify similar aspect of English literature to culture. Now, what instructional strategies she must use? A, unpacking the lesson. B, making feedback. C, generating. Letter D, practice. Okay? Ako po, sir, every time na nagbibigay ako ng homework, always check together with a star or happy face. Yes, very good po yan, ma'am. That's good. Good for integration sa previous discussion yung homework. Yes, okay, pwede yan. Dagan na kayo kog notes. Laban po. Sa school ng anak ko, hindi na nagbibigay ng homework. Yes, hindi po necessary sa Philippine setting ngayon na magbigay ng homework every Friday because weekend should be spent to family. Pwede pong magbigay ng homework Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, at saka Thursday, but not into every Friday. Kailan po nagbibigay ng homework, sir? At least once a week. Okay? Ano na nangyari? Wala nang sumasagot, nakatulog na yata. Anong kaguluhan nito? Okay, additional 1 minute to everybody. Parang naguluhan sila sa katanong, okay? Okay, additional 1 minute to everybody. Okay? Tignan nga natin kung may natutunan. Sige po, no problem po. Madami po nag-out because of the kulog, no? Okay. Pero sana kung inaantok, mag-inom na lang kayo ng kape muna. Ha? Kape-kape na lang muna. Okay, sure na ba? Sure na ba yung mga sagot ninyo? 100% sure? Okay. Mhm. Alright. See, English literature to culture. Gas lang. Okay. May nag-A, may nag-B, may nag-C. Alright. Okay. Sige. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. 3 pa po tayo mag-break ha. Okay. Mamaya na tayo mag-break. Aga pa lang natin nagsimula. Break agad. Okay, sige. Teacher Maria wants her students to identify similar aspect of English literature to culture. So what instructional strategies she must use? So since we are talking about instructional strategies, alin kaya sa 9 instructional strategies ang ginagamit or gustong gamitin ni Teacher Maria? Let's have first the making feedback. Okay? Teacher Maria wants pa lang, no? Wants her student to identify. Therefore, wala pang product that we can make a feedback. So therefore, making feedback is not applicable for this question. Okay, though that's part of instructional strategy, but then this is not what we are looking for. Okay? Next, practice. Ano po yung ipapractice nila? Okay, what kind of practice do the students need to do? Again, here, Teacher Maria wants her student to identify similar aspect of English literature to culture. So ano po ba yung ipapractice? Nothing, right? So this one is not applicable as well to the question. Now, we only have two, no? Generating and unpacking the lesson. Now, before we go to the conclusion, let's go back here. Look at number 8. Generating and testing hypothesis. No, have students predict and test hypothesis and explain the outcomes. Do that necessary for the identification of similar aspect of English literature to culture? Hindi po. Because here, this is the correct answer. Identifying similarities and differences. That is identifying in similarities and differences, no? The ability to break concept into similar and dissimilar characteristic allows students to understand complex problems by analyzing them in a more simple way. As you notice here, identify the similar aspect of English literature to culture. Both of these words, no, or both of these topics, no, are heavy. So the teachers now wants to break down this lesson for the students to understand the complex matter into simple way. So how the teachers do that? Unpacking the lesson. Okay, sir, what do you mean by unpacking? Unpacking means Breaking down. Okay? Breaking down. Okay, ang pangit ng handwriting ni sir kasi yan ang ballpen, no? Breaking down the lesson. So therefore, the English literature as well as the culture itself, since complex matter to be discussed with, we teachers must unpack this lesson. We have to break down this lesson into simpler concept so that the student will understand easier, know the following things. Okay? Ayan. So the correct answer here is letter A, not generating. Okay? Because generating, it is more on about research. Okay? And hypothesis. Okay. So tatandaan ha. Unpacking means breaking down the lesson from complex to simple. Okay? Ayan. Okay, sir, dumating na yung dalaw ko. Ano daw? Kalaban ko is antok. Matutulog na yata ako pero nilalabanan ko dinadala ko nakatok. Naku ma'am, wag magtulog-tulog. Kumuha ng ano, milk or ano, energy drink para magising, no? Alright. So I hope that everybody, no, naliwanagan. Okay, ayan. Sir, naisip ko lang 'pag may order ako sa Lazada, uy, okay, binalikan ko talaga ang SS ko kasi need talaga i-comprehend yung strategies. That's correct. Okay, ayan. Good job sa mga nakatama. Sa mga mali, oh, sa susunod hindi na kayo mali. Okay. Ano daw, sariling ko po kasi sa school principal namin yung word na unpacking. Okay. At least, 'di ba, narinig niyo na yung word na term na unpacking. Okay? Sometimes, no, hindi unpacking yung ginagamit nilang term. Pwede din breaking down the lesson. Okay? So, dapat alam po natin yung mga synonymous words. Okay? Kaya nabigla ako nung generating yung sagot ninyo because generating is napaka-heavy na competency na ang tinutukoy dito. Okay? Ayan. Antok din ako kaya kinakain ko chocolates. Okay, yun. Sir ng anak ko. Alright. Makatulog manood ko basta magkape. Baliktad, no? Ayan. So, payatos lang, pawala sa antok. Iba din. Ayan, piatos, no? Okay. Ako hindi kasi ako naantok kasi ako yung nagsasalita more on here, no? Okay. Sige. Let's move on. All right. So here, teacher Carl wants his students to increase their comprehension. What instructional strategy he must use, no? Again, feedback, practice, note taking, or memorizing. Lag na phone ko. Ilaban mo yan, Ma'am Anna May. Napaka-effective, sir, nang ine-ekis agad kapag hindi yung possible answer. Yes. Sir, ano nga po ang generating? Hypothesis po, ma'am, no? It's more on about research and hypothesis. No, if the teacher will do generating type of activity, then the competency must be more on about highest form of competency that will have, or the target is more on about deeper context or analysis into research study, hypothesis, pwede din po yung mga alternative or null hypothesis. Okay, and that is for number 9. Ayan, so mga naka-take ng screenshot o madali na lang sa inyo, no? Ay, hindi ko pa pala na-play yung ano, timer. Okay, inom lang din ako ng water. Okay, saglit lang. Sure na yan? Sure na sure? Kinakabahan ako sa sagot nyo. Okay, additional 10 seconds. Sayang di ko na SS. Okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, so here, Teacher Carlo wants his students to increase their comprehension. Which among the following, no, can increase the comprehension of the students? Okay, now let's go back here. Okay. Okay, so these are the options: feedback, practice, note taking, and memorizing. Now let's take a look in here. Now, which one can increase comprehension? As you notice, automatically summarizing and note taking can increase the comprehension of the students. Take note of number two. Okay, these skills support and increase comprehension, okay, of the students, no, by asking students to identify what essential and then put it in their own words. It can increase their comprehension, no, because they are reading some examples before they can create their own articles or essay. And once the students are keep on reading, therefore the tendency is we already helping them to increase their comprehension. Example, if the topic is about pandemic, okay, the students are tasked to create an essay about pandemic. Therefore, the students now will read first different articles before they will write on their own. And once they keep on reading, no, they keep on reading, we're helping them to build up their comprehension skills. Okay, therefore the correct answer is either summarizing or note taking. Okay. Ayan, saglit lang po, no, may tumatawag. Wait. Ayan. Okay, nanawag na yung PLDT, no? Kasi again, wala po tayong internet for today's video. Okay, so alin po dito yung tamang sagot? Of course, the correct answer in here is note-taking. Okay? Hala, ayaw ma-check. Alright, note-taking po ang tamang sagot in here, no? Teacher Carl, no, wants his students to increase their comprehension. Okay? Ayan. All right. So again, let's move. Okay, here, teacher Mary helps student to see relationship between efforts and achievement. So what instructional strategy she must use, okay, or she use, no? Letter A, practice. Letter B, reinforcing question. Letter C, providing recognition. Letter D, homework. Okay, additional 10 seconds left. All right. Teacher Mary helps student to see relationship, no? Okay. All right. Teacher Mary helps students to see relationships, okay, between efforts and achievements. So, what instructional strategy she used? Okay. Now, let's go back in here. Okay. As you can see, look at that, no? Number three. Reinforcing effort and providing recognition. Teacher need to help students to see relationship between efforts, achievements, and recognition. So the correct answer in here is, teka lang muna, ayan, providing recognition, and that is letter C. Okay? Ayan. Okay, practice is not the correct answer. Homework, intentional, di ba? Intentional objectives, etc., etc. That is not the correct answer. Reinforcing question is not the correct answer as well because this one is from different area or from different instructional strategies. Okay? Ayan. I think that's number 8 yata iyon, yung reinforcing question. Okay? Let me check to make it sure. Ayan. Number 7, no? Number 7 pala yun. That we can elicit question, okay? All right. Okay, so again, this one, note taking, okay? And for this, we have providing recognition. No relationship between efforts and achievements. Okay. Oops. Now here, teacher Jean supports the students to know the specific goal or outcomes. Now, what instructional strategies no she used? A. Homework. B. Objectives. C. Feedback. Letter D. Cues. Ayan, kamusta na kaya kayo, no? Yung mga scores ninyo? Okay lang kaya? Mhm. Ayan. Okay. Additional 10 seconds. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay. Now, una natin tatanggalin ay diretsahan na. Sige. Let me take a look in here again. Na yun. Ayan. Okay. Tignan nyo si number 4, no? Homework and practice. Practice supports learning. Homework, okay? Ayan. Homework needs to be intentional to have a specific goal or outcome. Okay? So the correct answer is homework. Okay, so again, why homework, sir? Because we are talking about instructional strategies. We are not talking about here language curriculum anymore. So therefore, I understand that you choose objectives because of specific goals and outcomes, no? And that is for objectives. However, since we are talking about instructional strategy, then we will consider the strategy. Okay? Which strategy? Cues ba? Hindi. Feedback ba? Hindi. That is for homework. Okay? Teacher Jean supports the students to know the specific goals or outcomes, no? How she do it? No? Using an instructional strategy. Ano yung instructional strategy na ginamit niya to elicit the specific goal or outcomes? Yun ay ang kanyang homework. Okay? Okay, yung mga muka ba na-imagine ko, ha? Okay, parang gano'n, 'di ba? So again, all right, it's letter A and not B. Again, oh, dako kaayo, malaki masyado, no? Instructional strategy. Okay, ha? Instructional strategy. Kaya nga sabi ko, do not jump into conclusion agad. You've checked there, no? Specific goals and outcomes. Kita kayo ng objectives, yan yung sinagot nyo. Okay, but you've forgotten that the teacher here wants to support the students for them to know the specific goals and outcomes. Know how the teacher do that? Using an instructional strategy. Anong klaseng instructional strategy? Yun po ay ang homework. Okay? Yan. Hi, A na yung naiisip ko. Bakit nag-B pa ako? O, diba? Trust your instinct sometimes. Okay. All right? Okay. Klaro ba? Klaro to everybody that what makes letter A correct? Okay? Ayan. Yan na nga yung sinasabi ko sa inyo, no? Everything about our questions are actually based on sources and relevant content. So this instructional strategy, again, this is from Marzano. Effective, no? Instructional strategy. Okay? Ayan. So, pasensya na, objective is not the correct answer. Okay? Ayan. Clear po, sir. Clear po, sir. Klaro, sir. Very good. Klarong-klaro. Kung may kurot na ang migraine ko. Laban lang po, no? It's really confusing po talaga, especially if there are bases. Yes, no? Kung walang bases, naku, baka awayin niyo ako. That is my training ground talaga, long time before pa, no? That every time, siguro dahil debater din ako, no? I love to find support every answers that I have. Nagkalisod, sir. Okay, laban lang. Okay? So, yun. So, dapat ganun din po kayo, no? Do not just, kasi ang nangyayari, no? Sometimes we are just saying na, bakit yun yung sagot? Because we are being biased of our own interpretation. Okay? Why we are biased? Because of the way how the way we interpret it. Parang na, semantically, no? If it's like structuralism, no? Ang nangyayari, nagiging bias siya because you analyze it semantically. And once you analyze it semantically, no, the tendency is you will think it in a biased way. Okay? Pag, sa daw? Pag wala si instructional go ako sa objectives. Yes, pwede. Okay? If ever lang, kung wala si instructional strategy. But again, but this is how I realized long time before, no? Okay? This is how we are being taught, no? What if wala si homework, sir? Ano po ba yung sasagot namin? Objectives ba agad? Hindi. Bakit, sir? Kasi nga, okay, let's go back here. Ano ba yung pinaka-highest? Okay? Alright? Una tayo sa number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Ganito. Okay, take note. Homework, no? Homework needs to be intentionally have a specific goal or outcome. Paano? See, setting objectives si number 7 pa po siya, ano? Nasa number 7 po siya. Okay? All right. Learning goals and provide feedback. Ganito kasi kami tinuruan, no? So please take a look. What if nandyan si number 1, nandyan si number 2, and number 3 sa options? Okay? Sino yung pipiliin natin? Of course, the nearer, no? Sino yung pinakamalapit? However, pag yun nga, pag wala sila, no? Ang meron lang doon ay si setting objectives, no? Kung wala naman si setting objective, nandoon si providing feedback, then si feedback yung isasagot natin. Okay? Pero kapag wala si providing feedback, nandoon si objective, then si objective yung isasagot natin. Okay? Ayan. Okay, so again wag tayo diretso-diretso. Okay, analyze pa rin natin. So even if may objective dito, tignan muna natin What if wala dito sa objective? Ano to? Ay, kuratan man sadta. Okay. Sir, dapat pala sinusunod-sunod ang mga questions, sir, maka-answer me. Okay, siya po ang pipiliin. Okay. Ayan. So since we're done with the instructional strategies, no? Ayan. So sana hindi nyo kalimutan, no? Talaga na-worry ako sa instructional strategies. Okay, kasi medyo na lilimot-limutan nyo pa. So tatandaan nyo lang that these are the Marzano's 9 effective instructional strategies. 1, identifying and differences, summarizing note-taking, reinforcing effort and providing recognition. Okay, homework and practice, not linguistic representation, cooperative learning, setting objective, providing feedback, generating and testing hypothesis, question cues, and advanced organizers. So these are the 9 effective instructional strategies na dapat gamitin ng isang language teachers. So one more time, please do a screenshot on it. Okay? Ang ganda, sir, na pag re-review niyo po sa amin kasi nare-retain sa minds namin yung mga sama-samang concept. Hindi po mahirap balikan ang notes. Madali po ma-comprehend yung differences. So, mabuti po yan. Okay? Ayan. Good job po, Ma'am Christine. Ayan. Uwi na sana ako tomorrow pero since di ka na namamansin dito muna ako. Okay. Sige, go, Sir Rolly. Done as a studyhan ko to. Sige, very good. Okay? Careful kayo sa mga terms na ginamit ha, pati yung mga meanings na ginagamit nila. Okay? Okay, let's proceed. Hala. Okay, so now we have here the basic features of ESP course, no? Nandito na po tayo sa ESP course. Bakit kaya ganun, sir? Ang majorship ng English, minsan nagfi-feeling Gen Ed, minsan po. Yes. No, magugulat ka na lang. Even my June takers, no, sabi nila, sir, may mga questions doon na nakakagulat na parang Prof. Ed. Pero they're still confident kasi nga na-master nila yung concepts. No? Ayan. So here let's talk about ESP naman, no? English for specific purposes. All right. Now in English for specific purposes, no, it was being built that the idea of for a specialization of English program came into existence during 1960s in response to fronting the global need to fill the gap, no, between developed and developing countries, especially in English or especially in the Philippines, no? Since Filipinos, no, are being tagged, no, sa isa sa mga pinakamagaling magsalita ng wikang Ingles. Okay, hindi man siya perfect, no? Kasi we are committing technical mistakes or error. That's fine, no? Because we are not native speakers of the language. Okay? Now let's talk about the features of the ESP, no? Here, in the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that students study English for a specific purpose? No? A, ESP is a goal-oriented. B, ESP is an instruction. C, ESP is the foundation of knowledge. D, ESP is subject for learning. Okay, naiinis ako sa TOR, lahat naman ginawa ko. Alright. English is a crazy language, sabi ng teacher ko sa college, makabuang. Mauna, wala ko kapasar pag-take na ko kay sa major murag Prof. Ed. Ayan. Dito kaya ako binigyan. Okay. Lavard. Okay. Okay, so again ha, isiping mabuti. Huwag mag-jump into conclusion. Again, I am considerate this time for our goals, no? I mean for our, yeah, goal for this day, no? Na may matutunan kayo. So, no pressure muna sa time. Sa final coaching na tayo ma-pressure. Okay? So, relax muna. Hi, malapit ng break. Nako, break na ang iniisip ni, ni ma'am or ni sir. Ayun, Facebook user kasi, no? Additional 10 seconds. Ayan, kinakabahan na naman ako sa mga sagot nyo. Ayan, sure kayo sa letter A? Sure kayo sa letter D? Bakit kasi kinopya ko pa ang major ng katabi ko pang enrollment. Ayan, tuloy nahihirapan ako. So, kalisod. Alright. Sa kalisod pala. Kaloka, sabi ni Ma'am Sarah. Natawa na lang ako sa mga convo comments. 'Di ba nakakatuwa? Interactive tayo masyado kahit hindi ko kayo nakikita, no? A specific purpose, so goal-oriented siya. Laban na laban si Ma'am Raquel. Sure na ba yan? Nang dahil sa scholarship, sir, nag-English ko. kasi hindi sila mag-accept ng hindi English. Yes po, merong mga gano'ng scholarship 'no. Naabutan ko din 'yan before. May na-inoffer sa'king scholarship pero sa math, uy Diyos ko, bahala na lang jud. I don't like math 'no. I like math, but math hates me. Okay. Change to C na lang po. May contest ang anak ko today sa sayaw pero mas pinili ko mag-review iba kasi ang live. Uy, kawawa naman yung anak mo ma'am or sir. Puntahan niyo po. Practice ma-feel niya po 'no, na may support system siya. Okay, pero sana maintindihan din ni ano 'no, kiddo. Ayan. Ma-miss ko nga natawagin mo ang name ko. Ay, hello Ma'am Marie Chris. Sorry po. Shout out. Ma'am Marie Chris kasi ano hindi visible si Ma'am Marie Chris 'no. Ayan, shout out po Ma'am Marie Chris. Ayan, kamusta ka diyan? Okay, ako sir idol ko si Chris Aquino. That's why nag-English ko. Okay. Matalino si Chris 'no? Ayoko talaga ng math. Oh, appear Sir Chris. Oh, ayan si Sir Chris 'no, sir lang siya. Nag-English ako kasi wow kapag tinanong nagalit asawa ko, kaartehan ko daw, nahirapan tuloy ako ngayon. Grabe, grabe naman yung asawa. Sir, visible na po ba ako? Hindi pa rin po. Yung nag-English ako kasi akala ko verb lang. Hoy, Diyos ko, natawa ako sa inyo, no? Nag-English ako kasi akala ko verb lang. Kabe yun. Laban lang to sa AFAM, no? Oh, yes, uy. Okay, so, tawang-tawa ako, no? Ayan. Sige, okay na po ba yan? Ready na? Sure na ba sa mga answer ninyo? Alright. Okay, sige. Kasi nga, sir, nakailang click na ako ni Manage Access. Wala talaga. Sa next na lang. O sige, sa next na lang po, Ma'am Marie Chris. Ayan. Nakakaloka po. Di ba nakakaloka ba? Okay. First set pa lang po tayo ng question natin about sa ESP, no? English for Specific Purposes. Sa sabok na utak ko. Ayan. Kaya nga nagko-comedy show muna ako saglit, no? Kasi kawawa naman kayo. Nag-English ako kasi no choice. Mora gi-offer pag pa-enroll na ako. Ay, talaga ba? Okay. Sina ako, final na ako. Sige, Sina daw siya, final na. Okay, final answer, everyone? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ayan. True, sir. Ngayon ko lang na-encounter mga yan. Really? Yan, nag-English ko kasi, sir, kasi scholarship. Wala may pera po. Okay. Me, myself, no? Scholar din po ako. If nakita nyo po yung success story ko, charing. Ayan. Ano din po ako, scholar, no? Ako din po, sir, nakailang click na, ay, okay. Sige lang po, it's okay lang po. ESP is a goal-oriented. Sure po ba yan, Ma'am Marjorie? Pwede pa po tayo magbago ng isip? Nag-English ko kay favorite subject na ko, bahala gisod. Me too, no? Sir, sige Ma'am Sharon, pag-pray niyo po kami, ha? Okay. Sunday pa lang ngayon, no? O sige. Alright. Now, let's talk about, sir, kapag ano daw, sir, habang nakikinig ako, ano daw, kaayo ng sasayaw po ako. Sir, kapag nakikinig kayo ng sasayaw. Ano daw? Ano ma'am? Pakiulit ga ng chat nyo. Ako din po, sir, scholar po ng asa. Okay, parang walang mga ganitong topics. Talaga ba? Sure na ako sa Acer features kasi. O sige, Sir Chris. 11 student lang kami nagpa-enroll ng education kaya diffused. Okay. Sige, sir. Balihin ako sa letter C. O sige. Multitasking. Mag-English ako kasi English major yung idol ko. Mahirap pa lang. Napakadaming scope. Sobra. Nakailang click na ako sa manage access. Ayaw sa akin. Di bali na lang. At least naka-joy. Nakaka-miss na tawagin ng name. Laban lang po, no? Ma'am Marie Chris. Ma'am Marie Chris yata ito. Sir, kapag nagdi-discuss kayo, nagsasayaw ako. Sige, go. Sayaw. Okay, nag-master ako ng Masters of Arts in English and Language Literature. Tama ba? Or Master in English and ano ba yan? Ano ba yung masteral na yan? Okay. Ma-end kasi ako, no? Para na mawala ang antok. Okay. Ayan. O, di ba nabuhayan ko yun? Chinika ko lang kayo. Ako, sir, nag-English kasi sabi ng friend ko, mag-English daw kami. Tapos bigla siyang nag-major at Filipino. Fair, Ma'am Cecile. May ganyan akong friend.
nung college Tridor. Iniwan nila ako, 3 kami nag-enroll. Pero ako na lang natira sa English. Ayan. Kasi nagdipatan. Okay, yung isa nag-generalist kasi gusto niya talaga daw ng bata, o 'di ba? Di man lalim mag-English di ay hindi talaga. Nagsasayaw daw sir habang nakikinig. Kami 3 lang kami sa AB English, first batch kasi kami sa school. English literature, ayan. English literature pala yun. Okay. Okay, gusto man unta na ko mo pag second year kaso daming requirements. Dami talaga, nakakamiss matawag ang name. Ay, Ma'am Linan. Ayan, si Ma'am Lina at saka si Ma'am Marie Chris pala yun. Ayun. Well, shout out po sa inyong dalawa, no? Isa sa mga loyal natin ng mga estudyante under kay Sir Sapi. Ayan. Okay. Ayan, pa-shout out na lang po name ko Sir Joanne. Ayan, Ma'am Joanne, since ayaw sa akin yung manage access. Pero sir, ang sabi ng secondary, pwede naman magturo sa elementary. Pwede po, pag secondary teacher po tayo. Pag elementary po, no, you can teach college, no? College. You can teach college po, but not in secondary level. Okay? Kasi because of the subject, no? Subject offered for elementary. Yun yung sabi ng principal namin sa school. Yes po, pwede po kayo magturo pag elementary ng college. Pag secondary, pwede po kayo magturo ng elementary. Okay? Huwag na po tayo choosing ngayon kung nandoon yung item, go na po. Okay, ayan. Sige, bigyan na po ng answer, sir. Yes po ako din, no? Ayan, sige. Mamaya na tayo ulit mag-chikahan. O sige, at least pampabuhay lang po ng ano, no? Ng espiritu. Okay. Now, basic features of an ESP course. Now, we are talking already about the basic features of an ESP course. Now, here, various educational institution and training centers claim that their English program is ESP. However, it should be noted that ESP is designed to meet specific needs of the learners. Thus, the following are some of the basic features or characteristic of an ESP course. Okay, this may be considered as the criteria from which we may gauge whether a program is ESP or not. Okay? Ayan, English for specific purposes. No? Kasi may mga center na nag-o-offer daw ng ESP. But when we check their course, no, hindi naman siya ESP. So these 5 criteria, no, will be a criteria for us to say that this area or this center or this educational institution talaga nag-offer ng ESP. Okay. Number 1, here, what features suggest that students study English for a specific purpose? No, meaning to say, nag-aaral sila ng English, no? English language for the reason na meron silang specific purpose. Not just only the, estudyante, but also some of the professionals. Okay? Now, the correct answer in here is, without further ado, sige, maya na lang, mag-eliminate na lang muna tayo. Alright, so let's remove ESP is a subject for learning. That is incorrect. No, that is not an criteria. So again, no, we are talking about basic features and criteria. Okay? ESP is subject for learning. That is too vague, no? Vague po siya and confusing at the same time. No? Because not just only ESP, no? Madami pa po subject na designed for learning. However, this time, no, ESP is a subject for learning. So this one is not the correct and a proper answer. So let's remove that one. Next, ESP is an instruction. That is incorrect, no? ESP is not just solely for instruction. Okay? Ayan, madami pa pong scope yung ESP. Pwedeng sa grammar, okay? Pwedeng sa grammar, pwede sa formal and informal dialects, no? And so on and so forth. So for this one, ESP is designed, no, for instruction is incorrect. Kasi madami din pong scope yung ESP natin, ESP course. Okay? So dalawa na lang po ang natitira, no? Anong sunod natin tatanggalin? Ang sunod natin tatanggalin ay letter C. Okay? ESP is the foundation of knowledge. Hindi po foundation of knowledge ang ESP. Okay? Though it contributes, no? Nagko-contribute po siya sa knowledge. Pero hindi po siya ang foundation of knowledge. No, and it's too hard for us to say no kung ano po ba yung exact na foundation of knowledge ng isang tao. Either ang kanyang experience or ang kanyang natutunan sa school. But again, sometimes lahat ng natutunan natin sa paaralan ay hindi natin nagagamit in real life situation. May iilan lang na pwede natin magamit, but more than enough, no? Yung foundation of knowledge natin contributed because of the experiences. Tama? Tama ba ako? Tama. Okay. 'Di ba? Yun. So, ESP is the foundation of knowledge is incorrect. Kasi hindi po ESP ang foundation of knowledge ng bawat tao, no? So, therefore, the correct answer in here is letter A, no? ESP is a goal-oriented. Okay? Ayan. So, the students study English for a specific purpose because of variety of things to survive in an academic setting or in a workplace. So, for example, the reason why you are studying ESP because you want makapasok sa BPO industry. Okay, yun. Alright, isa po yun sa mga reason. Meaning to say, you're goal-oriented to learn ESP because of one reason, because of one purpose, para makapasok sa workplace ng BPO. Okay? Meron ka namang ESP. Ano pa? ESP, I am studying and goal-oriented to study ESP because I want to in ESL industry. Magturo, no? In online teaching. However, I need to learn some English specified only for kids. No, kasi hindi pwede yung too formal at sobrang lalalim ng mga words. Okay? So again, ESP is a goal-oriented. Depende po sa purpose, academic or workplace. Okay? Ayan. So therefore, the program should not be geared towards a general approach to teaching the English language. Kasi nga, iba-iba po siya ng scope. Alangan naman sa BPO industry, magturo sila ng ESP that focus on to business. Kung hindi naman for business yung account na yun. Okay? Alangan naman magturo ng mahihirap na mga words or complex words ang online industry, yung online teaching industry, kung ang purpose naman ay turuan ng mga bata into simple way or simple words. Okay, so therefore, ESP could not be bounded onto different English language because it is still different from different purposes and reasons. So again, ESP is a goal-oriented. Letter A. Okay? Ayan. Ayaw paska, ma'am. Nag-BPO ako, sir, pero di ko alam yan palang answer. Very wrong. Okay, ayan. Okay, so again ha, other form or another term for basic feature is criteria. Everyone, another term for basic feature is criteria. Okay, insakto lagi ko ganihan ya pag ingon man ka sir na sure na ba nag-change ang answer. O yan po 'no, ayan. I am just testing you, okay, from your definitive stand. Ano gyud si Ma'am Ana May, sabi nga ni Ma'am Ana May, ayaw pa-scam ma'am, wag magpa-scam. Okay, so it's already 3:07 'no. Okay, so let's have our break time, lunch break time, afternoon break time, and after that one, let's proceed, no? Kasi meron pa po tayong ibang basic features of ESP na tatalakayan. Okay, nagka-clap pag correct ang sagot. Okay, laban. Alright, so balik po tayo ng while ha, madlang people. Ayan, inom muna kayo ng kape. Sa mga inaantok dyan, inom ng kape, ha? Yan, 7/10. O before tayo mag-leave, no, before po tayo mag-take ng ating break, paki-comment po ng score niyo so far so that I am also guided with your scores. Ayan, paki-comment ng scores, please. Ayan, 7/10. Ayan, 7/10. Sige lang, laban. Okay? So in a short while, let's go back in after the break time. Ha? Okay. Okay. Kanina pa ako salita ng salita ano, naka-mute pala ako. Okay, so hello, good afternoon once again. So gising, gising, gising na everyone. So the break time is over. Ayan, nakatulog daw si Sir. Sureness, ayan. Same, VXI Davao. Ano po yung VXI Davao? Hiring po ba? Call center? Na Davao pala ikaw, Sir Jovert. Okay, so saan na yung iba natin, no? Alright. Okay, hello, Mama Donna. Asa na sila Ma'am Linan? Sino pa yon? Si Ma'am Marie Chris, ayan. Baka nagtampo na. Kasi hindi nababasa yung mga pangalan nila kasi wala sila sa access, no? Sa manage access. Hello, Ma'am Jonalyn as well. Alright. And Ma'am Carla May, and tsaka nandyan si Ma'am Ray May. Ayan. I'm here, sir. Hello po. Ayan. Ma'am Pau. Okay. Yan, pag-comment nga ng I'm here kung nandiyan na sila, no? Para we can proceed already to the rest of the questions. Okay, kinakabahan ako. Baka anytime from now, no, ma-end po bigla ang ating StreamYard. So everybody, please pay attention. So if ever po, ano, ma-end po automatically yung ating StreamYard live ngayon, magka-create lang po ako ng broadcast. So antay-antay lang po tayo saglit, ha? If ever lang po. Kasi parang 7 hours na. So, pagtungtong yata ng 8 hours or 7 hours and 30 minutes, parang mawawala ito, no? I'm not so sure, but at least I remind everybody to wait lang muna, ha? Okay, alam nyo naman pag mag-end na tayo, no? Okay, may thank you na. Pero ngayon hindi pa po tayo tapos, no? Ayan, mas pinili kong mag-review kaysa manood ng contest ng anak ko. Kawawa naman yung anak niya. But sige lang, ma'am. She or he will understand in the future. Anad maghuwat, sir, di mag-uol. Okay, sige. Very good, Ma'am Bern. I'm here. Ayan. Sabi ni Ma'am Abigail, Ma'am Roshan is also here. Who else? Ma'am Anna Flores is here. Ma'am Sir Chris is also here, no? And Ma'am Chris, no? Marie Chris is also here. Ma'am Lin Yang is here also. Ma'am Rika, Ma'am Bern, tama no? Ma'am Sarah, Ma'am Carla, Ma'am Nova is here as well. Ma'am Yvonne, Glory Ann, Ma'am Jean, Ma'am Jonalyn as well. Ma'am Pau, Ma'am Ray May, Ma'am Madonna, Sir Juvert, who else? And so on and so forth. Ayan. Ma'am Cynthia, ayan. Hello po sa inyo. Okay, Ma'am Rico as well. Or Sir Rika or Ma'am Rika. Ayan. Ma'am Rufa is here as well. Ma'am Tan. Okay. And Sir Marky. Ayan. Kaso lang hindi nagpa-participate si Sir Marky because nagte-take note siya, no? It's okay lang po, no? Hindi, mahirap din kasi, no? Mag-multitask pag cellphone yung gamit natin. Okay? Paghuwat mo, huwat man gani mo sa inyong mga uyab nga way klaro. So, kuan ni Sir Jovert, eh. Alright, hello sir, 63rd birthday po ng father-in-law ko today pero mas pinili ko po mag-review sa live session mo po, Lavan. Ayan, nakaka-touch naman yan. Pero mag-attend po kayo mamaya ha, sa birthday ni tatay. Ayan, hintayin ka namin sir, naghintay nga kami sa maling tao. Sa iyo pa kaya. Naku, nakakaloka naman yan nag-antay sa maling tao. Ang palaya, ayan sabi ni Ma'am Bern, oh, kasi ikakasal na 'to si Ma'am Bern, ayan. Okay, and Ma'am Ronaldin is here and Ma'am Lovely is here, ayan. Okay, tawang-tawa si Ma'am Jean. "Maninood man sir." Sabi ni Ma'am Dessa is here as well. Okay, let me share my screen. Ay, na-share na pala. Unsa daw? Wait lang, ba't natumunog yung aking wait lang ha. Hala, no internet connection. Wait lang ha, no internet connection. Okay. Ayan. Sir, yung boses mo kay murag DJ ka ban, kanindot good. Ay, thank you po, Ma'am May Kulon. Bernard, ay na wrong ka diha, Madi. Actually, kamati siya. Ayan. Hello, sir. Ready na po ulit. Okay. Saglit lang po ha, let me just attend to this query, no? May nag-clarify lang. Fix pa po namin yung ano, schedule next week or this week, I'm sorry. If we do have a session, no? And if we do have a session again, our topic to be discussed, no, is more on linguistics at saka yung structure, ha? Okay, wait lang. Ba't nawala yung internet? Teka lang naman. Naglalag po siya, ano? Okay, I guess that's okay. Ayan. Alright, so okay na ba? Nakikita naman yung screen ko, ano? Alright, ayan. Okay, so again, this is the right answer for the basic feature. And again, ano yung another term ng basic feature that is criteria? Wala na, sir. Wala. Nawala, sir. Ha? Nawala? Ay, okay na. O yan. Kubansad ta. Alright, so okay na daw. So I think everybody nakikita na nila, no? Nagfi-feedback. Alin po ang nagfi-feedback? Ang boses ko? Okay na po, okay na po, okay na po. Ayan. Okay na again, sir. Alright? So again, ano, the correct answer for number 55 is, asa na yun? ESP is a goal-oriented. Ayan. All right. Okay. So the basic features, no, this is another word for this that may have a synonymous word that is for criteria. Okay? Ayan. Okay. Now, I guess let's proceed to the next question. Okay, here. All right, okay ra. Ayan, sige. And the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that tasks are embedded within the student needs? Okay. Ayan. So again, in the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest the tasks are embedded within the student's needs? A. ESP is based on knowledge. B. ESP is based on needs analysis. C. ESP is based on task management. D. ESP is based on provision of materials. Okay, your timer starts now. Kain tayo ice cream, candy, sir, avocado flavor. Sana all. Sana all. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting. Sino ba yung may birthday dyan? Baka pa-invite naman dyan. Baka may lechon kayo. Charis. Ayan. Time's up. But additional 10 seconds left to everybody. Ayan. Kinakabahan ako sa mga sagot ninyo. Bakit ganyan? Chares. Okay, so please put an emphasis bakit yan yung napili nyong sagot. Okay, why it's A, why it's letter B, why letter C, and why letter D. Mag-leave na po, watch ko na lang po later. Okay, bye Ma'am Rika. Yung iba kasi mayroong duty, no? Na-appreciate ko talaga yung nagpapaalam. Bara jud ang live kaysa recording ba interactive jud kaayo ganahan pa ko mag-study. Ako i-take notes kaysa maglantaw sa recording. That's correct, no? Mas maganda talaga interactive kasi pagkasali tayo sa live. Okay? Yan. Alright, so you still have 5 seconds left. Alright. Kaya di nakakapanood ng recordings no June pa. Mas masaya kapag live. See, bakit ganito siya kahirap? Ayan. Okay? And because learners should be exposed to their specific to be master. So ano po yung sagot niyo, Ma'am Carla? C. Ayan. Okay, ayan. Alright, let me have my magical pen. Okay, ano yung una nating tatanggalin? Of course, the first thing that we have to remove is letter A. No? Again, ESP is based on knowledge. Ano daw? Okay, ESP is based on knowledge. So again, meron po tayong purpose kung bakit natin kinakailangan tutukan at intindihin at why we should into ESP. All right? Bakit natin kinakailangan matutunan si ESP because of purposes and everything. All right? So therefore ESP is based on knowledge is not the correct answer, okay? Ano yung sunod nating tatanggalin? Ang sunod nating tatanggalin ay sa letter D. No, ESP is based on provision of materials. Now, kapag sinabi nating provision of materials, that means to say we are preparing no materials. No, but in here we are asking for features that suggest tasks, okay, that are embedded within the student needs. So provision of material is not interrelated with what we call what do you call this? Nag-freeze out ang timer, sir. Bakit nag-freeze? Hayaan nyo na lang po yan. Okay, so again, yun na nga ano, the provision of material is not interrelated with the question given. Okay? Anong wala pong sound? Nandito po ako. Naririnig po ba ako? Wala daw pong sound. What do you mean? Naririnig ako? Hello? Meron po. Okay, let's continue. Ayan. So, dalawa na lang po ang natitira, no? ESP is based on needs analysis and ESP is based on task management. Okay? So, ESP is based on task management. Actually, this is not the right answer, no? Because what kind of task management are you referring to? Okay, ESP is for English for specific purposes. There are different scope of ESP, no? There are a lot and tons of scope, no? Ng ESP na dapat nating tutukan. However, task management is not interrelated with what we call ESP. Hindi po sila magkaugnay. Okay? Therefore, the correct answer in here is ESP is based on needs analysis. Why? Because since no, in the first criteria kanina, ESP is goal-oriented, that is a relevant one. So ESP is based on needs analysis is also a relevant criteria to be considered before applying and understanding that this program is talagang offering of ESP. Okay? So here, the topics and activities embedded within the ESP courses, is based on the analysis of student needs, initial needs, learning needs, and target or end of the students, no? Or as well as the requirements needed for the students. So therefore, the ESP is based on needs analysis. This may target about the needs of the students, no? The analysis of student needs, initial needs, learning needs, and target or and of course requirements of the students. Okay, ayan. So the correct answer in here is letter B. Okay, so please take note no kung bakit letter B ang sagot. Okay, needs analysis that refers to students' needs. Okay, ayan. Students' needs. Ayan, student needs. Ayan. Ayan. Sino nakatama ng sagot? Okay, nag-explain pa ako, mali man di ay. It's okay. It's okay, Ma'am Carla. Alright. Hello po, Sir Anton. Hello, Ma'am Fritzy. Ayan. Alright. Okay. Sige po, supermarket po muna daw siya. It's okay. Okay, nakatama ako, sir. Ay, very good. Okay, sir, out muna. Yes po, Ma'am Rufa May. No problem po. Okay, sige, let's move. Okay, here. No? In the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that students should not extend too much time in activities? Again, in basic features of features of an ESP course, what features suggest that students should not extend too much time in activities? Letter A, ESP is an easy task. Letter B, ESP is time bound. Letter C, ESP is based on time management. Letter D, ESP is organized and time. Okay? All right. Now, timer. Okay, starts now. Okay, is that your final answer? Okay, 10 seconds. Nawawala yung net ko. My goodness. Hmm. Ayan. All right. Okay, so let's start. Let me have my magical pen. Okay, so in the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that students should not extend too much time in activities. Okay? Kaya pinagbabawal po ito, no, na yung mga bata, not just only in ESP, no, but also in the other activities as well, that dapat hindi siya mag more than 1 hour. The activity should be attainable. Sir, kapag ganyan na po yung extension ng activities na binibigyan namin sa mga bata. That means to say too much ba siya? Depende po siya sa competency na ibinibigay. Okay? Kaya medyo ano lang ako, no? Medyo particular lang ako sa mga ganyang bagay. Let's say for example, may mga teachers, no, na nagbibigay ng activity that will last at least 1 week, 'di ba? So hindi siya justifiable, especially if the competency only cater one activity, o 'di ba? So in that case, no, it's not appropriate to give too much activity that may extend too much time for the students. Now, here, it suggests that students should not extend too much in activity. So ano kaya yung tamang sagot, no? All right. Now, the correct answer in here is letter B, no? ESP is a time bound. Okay, so ESP is based on time management is not the correct answer. ESP is organized in time as well. That is not the correct answer. Remember, ESP is not referring to the following things, like for example, time management and organized in time. No, but instead ESP is time bound. Why? Because remember that students study English for a specific purpose. So therefore, they do not intend to spend too much time engaging to indirect learning activities and exercises. So therefore, if you teachers do also like for example, no ESP subjects, no, each session aims to contribute, all right, to contribute to the end goal, which should be met at the specified time or duration. Therefore, kapag sinabi nating ESP time bound, meron ka talagang duration of time. Okay? Ano ba yung target time to finish? Ano ba yung product time? Okay? So therefore, meron po talaga siyang time. No? Attainable din sana yung time na meron tayo. Attainable and kayang i-achieve ng bata. Okay, so ESP is time bound, right? Okay, that emphasize that students should not extend too much time in activities. Gaya nga ng sinabi ko, that students, no, are learning and studying English for a specific purpose. Okay, so again, each session aims to contribute to the end goal, which should be met at specified time or duration. Kung 30 minutes, 30 minutes lang talaga. Kung 40 minutes or 1 hour, 1 hour or 40 minutes talaga. Ganun dapat yung ESP is time bound. No, achievable din yung time. Let's say for example, if the competency of the ESP no talks about heavy, ibibigay mo ba 30 minutes? Hindi pa rin po yan considered as time bound. Take note, no? Depende pa rin po sa competency na tinutukoy. So what if ang competency is sobrang liit lang. Kaya lang siya i-achieve within 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Bakit mo pa kinakailangan ibigay for almost 5 hours? That means to say that is not time bound anymore. Okay? Except for this time, no pandemic, we are very much considerate to our students, no, with regards to the submission of their projects. Okay, we cannot really require them to submit agad-agad. Okay, because of different uncertainties. Ayan. Okay, so again, that is for letter B, no? ESP is time bound, no? Students should not extend too much time in activities. Okay, so let's move. Right. In the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that some learners are adults, okay? And they are the ones who are opting to learn English as preparation for higher learning or for the workplace. Like for example, I mean, later na lang. Okay, letter A, ESP is for teens. Letter B, ESP is for adults. Letter C, ESP is for workers. Letter D, ESP for language learner. Ayan, umuulan na. May bagyo po ba? Char, magkikichismis sa weather, ano? Bakit kasi ng weather for how many days na, di ba? Ay, sorry, hindi ko na-click yung timer. Pasensya na.
Dalawa na tayo, ma'am. Lakas man pa ng ulan, grabe baka na po sa labas. Ay talaga ba, Ma'am Lani? Ngayon pa lang po umuulan sa amin. Kanina makulimlim lang. S? Ano po yung S? Ayan. Alright. 5 seconds left. I go for D kahit B talaga. Ano ba talaga, ma'am? D po yan, sir. O, sige. Okay, so 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Tiwala lang, feature kasi ang tinatanong eh. Okay. ESP is for language learner. Okay? Ayan. Let me have my magical pen. All right. So here we're talking about the basic feature or criteria. Again, ha? Criteria. Okay, let me put it here. Criteria. Now, in the basic features of an ESP course, what feature suggests, okay, that some learners are adults and they are the ones who are opting to learn English as preparation for higher learning or for the workplace. Okay, in the real context, no, ESP is for teens. Okay? Teens is not correct since we are talking about adults and higher learning. Okay? Teens sometimes, majority of the teens couldn't, no? Couldn't manifest and couldn't bear to have higher learning as of this time. Okay? As well as for the preparation of their work is not the answer for this, no? So, ESP for teens is wrong. Next, ang sunod natin tatanggalin ay letter C, ESP for workers. Okay, very practical answer, but then this is not the correct answer. Okay, this is not the criteria that we are looking for because again, higher learning or for the workplace. So definitely this is a combination of the two. Okay, so workers, no, tinatarget niya lang yung work for the workplace. How about the higher learning? Therefore, hindi niya po na-answer yung isa pang tanong, no, about higher learning. So ESP is for worker is not the correct answer. So dalawa na lang po ang natitira, no? ESP or for adults and ESP for language learning. Language learner, I'm sorry. So ano ba yung tatanggalin natin? Okay, ang tatanggalin po natin ay ESP is for language learner. Okay? ESP is for language learners. So aside from we are talking about basic features and criteria, again, we need to look at our adults, no? And someone, no, someone who can learn higher learning of ESP, not just for the language itself, but also the rest of the scope of the language, as well as for the workplace. No, ESP is for language learner is not the correct answer, but the right answer for this is ESP for adults. Okay? ESP for language learner, hindi din po siya kasala sa tinatawag nating criteria or basic features of the ESP course. Okay? Definitely, kaya hindi po natin pwedeng tamang isagot si ESP is for language learner. Okay? ESP is for adults is the correct answer. So again, most often ESP students are adults, no? Ayan. All right, simply because they are the ones who are opting to learn English as preparation for higher learning or for the workplace. So therefore, ESP for adults is the correct answer. Okay? Because ESP, no, hindi po siya pwede ituro sa elementary. Hindi po siya pwede ituro sa elementary. Hindi din po siya pwedeng ituro sa secondary. Hindi din po siya pwede ituro sa senior high as of this time. Okay? But ESP could be taught in undergrad, graduate school, or postgraduate school, or any other scope under ESP. Okay? So definitely, ayan, the correct answer ESP is for adults. Okay? Ayan.
Hooray! Why is so hard? Ay, si Sir Chris pala. Nakatulog pa name natin. Ay, ala. Okay. All right. Okay, so that's it. Now I hope it's clear to everybody. Okay, not my day today, but on the examination day is our day. Ay, ang ganda nun, Ma'am Jean. Okay, laban. All right, so here, okay, in the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that ESP courses are written to fit a particular group of students who belong to this the same study. Again, in the basic features of an ESP course, what features suggest that ESP courses are written to fit a particular group of students who belong to the same study? Letter A, ESP is a discipline specific. Letter B, ESP is a discipline for study. Letter C, ESP is for research. Letter D, ESP is for language content. O sige, X, pero itatama ko to sa board exam. Laban. Yes, laban lang po. Okay? Walang susuko. Yes, tama ka dyan, sir or ma'am Yvonne. Okay, timer. Okay, laban. Kahit umuulan, no? Walang susuko sa labang ito. Charis. Alright, time's up. Now, in the basic features of an ESP course, saglit lang. Okay. What features suggest that ESP courses are written to fit a particular group of students who belong to the same study? Okay, ano ba yung una natin tatanggalan, no? Ayan. So, let's have the pen. Right, first, let's take a look with the with a clue. Ayan. What features suggest that ESP are written to a fit or to fit a particular group of students who belong to the same study. Ayan. So, ano ba yung tamang sagot dito? But let's remove first. First, let's remove ESP is for language content. That is very wrong, no? Again, we are talking about written to fit a particular group. Therefore, ESP is designed for the same group of people who study the same discipline. Ayan. So therefore, letter D is not the correct answer. Okay? ESP is for research as well is not the correct answer because not all ESP are designed for research studies. Okay? All right, no, dalawa na lang natitira, no? ESP is a discipline for specific, ESP is a discipline for a study. Actually, letter B, no, could be an answer for this. However, this is not the best answer because this is just only a part of umbrella term, no? Therefore, the correct answer in here is letter A, ESP is a discipline specific. No, si ESP is a discipline for a study could be a part of it. Okay? Ayan. Alright. So, kung wala ang letter A, pwede sa letter B ang isagot. But of course, kapag pag tong dalawang options ang present, of course, we will choose discipline and specific. No, ESP is as discipline and specific. Now, remember, most often, no, that not ESP courses are written to fit a particular group of students who belong to the same field of study. So, if you are a nurse, would you not Okay, or you would not enroll in English for engineers. Okay, so therefore, kung engineer, no, for engineer, of course, for engineer yung pag-aaralan ninyo. I've noticed that some of the ESP are designed for their own the same study. Let's say, for example, if you're a nurse, alangan naman mag-join ka sa pang-teaching, right? Because our ESP and teaching are the kinds of pedagogy, approaches, etc., etc., no? While for the nurse, iba po yung type of ESP nila. Iba po yung specific purposes na meron sila sa English language nila. So that's why nurses, no, meron silang kanyang-kanyang jargon na ginagamit or for identification. Okay? So again, ESP is a discipline specific. Okay? So that's for letter A. So the correct answer is letter A. Okay, letter B could be a part of letter A. Okay? Ayan. May nakatama ba? Sir, ayan. Okay, ESP is English for specific purposes. Again, ESP means English for specific purposes. Okay, so the idea for specialization English program came into existence during the 1960s. So in response, no, to the sprouting global need to fill the gap between the developed and developing countries. Okay, so ESP courses, okay, take note that ESP courses are actually being offered from different discipline and different specification. Kaya po meron tayong English for specific purposes courses from variety of discipline of study. Merong ESP for nurses, merong ESP for engineers, may ESP for English teachers, and so on and so forth. Okay? Ayan. Okay? All right. Consider mo ng B, sir. Yes, consider naman si letter B. It's just that the best answer is letter A. Okay, ayan. So before we go on to the next question, ano nga ulit, no? Let's have a short drill. Ano nga ulit yung another term ng features dito? Basic feature, ano nga ulit yon? Paki-comment. When we say basic features, ano po ba yung another term for that that's synonymous with the same discipline? Ano nga ulit yon? Paki-type, mabilisan. Ayan, very good, no? Criteria, okay? Or basic criteria of an ESP course or basic features of an ESP course, no? Ayan, so very good for everybody, no? Because you got the correct answer. Good job. Okay. All right. Okay, so please type naman. I want you to type no the basic features of an ESP courses. Sir, sobrang haba. Basta i-type nyo. I want to see if ever that you really understand it. Okay? Paki-type po ng 5 konsepto na itinuro ko sa inyo. Please type the 5 criteria or 5 basic features of an ESP. Okay? Please type it now. I'll give you at least 1 minute to do it. Magta-type, magiging top notcher at papasaw. Sige, follow the instruction. Please type number 1 to 5. Go. Ayan, goal-oriented. What's next? Very good, Ma'am Diza. Goal-oriented. After goal-oriented, what's next? Bilis. Okay, ESP is goal-oriented. That's correct. What's next? Ano sunod? Ayan, Ma'am Ana, ESP is a goal-oriented. Number 2, ESP is based on needs analysis. Anong number 3? O hindi na sunod-sunod ha? Hindi nakasunod-sunod yung ano nyo, yung narration ninyo. Number 3 po si time bound ha. Kasi baka tanungin tayo sa lat nito kung ano yung pagkakasunod-sunod. Ayan. Okay, so please take note ng pagkasunod-sunod ng basic features of an ESP course. Number one, ESP is goal-oriented. Okay? Again, number one, ESP is goal-oriented. Number two, ESP is based on needs analysis. Again, number two, ESP is based on the needs analysis. Number three, ESP is time bound. Okay, number three, ESP is time bound. Okay, number four, ESP is for adults. Number four, ESP is for adults. Number five, ESP is discipline specific. Number five, ESP is discipline specific. Okay, ayan. So that's the basic features of an ESP courses. Okay, ayan. ESP is a goal-oriented. Let me check. Okay, very good, Ma'am Tan. Okay, good job. And good job to everybody. So, please take note of pagkakasunod-sunod niya, no? Kasi baka tanungin tayo sa let nito, no? Kung ano yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng basic features of an ESP before we can consider the certain institution or center, no? That follows really the features of the ESP courses that be or that could be offered to many people, no, especially for the adults, no, and etc. Okay? Ayan, ito po yung pagkakasunod-sunod nila. All right? Okay, ayan. So very good, everybody. Okay, so this time, I guess let's move. Okay, here, which are true about the advantages of ESP? Okay, which are true about the advantages of ESP? Number one, being focused on the learner's need. Number two, it is relevant to the learner. Number three, it is successful in imparting learning. Number four, it is less effective than general English. Letter A, 1, 2, and 3. Letter B, 1 and 3. Letter C, 1, 2, and 4. Letter D, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay? What's your answer? Okay, ayan. Sure na ba? Okay, sure na ba yung mga sagot ninyo? Wala bang magbabago? Parang ako yung kinakabahan sa mga sagot na to. Saglit lang naman. All right, so where are the other answers? So please comment now here. Viewers, ayan, huwag mo na matulog. Papakain ko po kayo kaoni 'pag natulog kayo. Joke lang. Ayan na naman si sir. Okay, 'yan nga 'di ba parang kinakabahan ako sa mga sagot ninyo. Sure ba 'yan? Please read again the 4 options, no? Again, read again the 4 options. Okay, this topic is under pa rin sa ESP, no? But this is something to do with specificity and motivation. And this was being developed, no, by Stevens. Okay, and we have four points to know about the advantages of ESP. And dinidiscriminate nyo na si si number 4. Okay, gusto ko po si Hydra ang kumain. Ayoko kay Hydra dahil okay. Ayoko sa kanya because Diyos ko, ang tatalim ng ngipin niya. Nagpakahirap po akong magpaputi sa aking kutis, sharing. Kasi parang iisa lang negative choices sa sa apat yung pang-apat kaya. Change to be. Kasi ang too relevant belong na siya sa imparting learning. Ayan. Sige, isip-isip pa. Isip-isip pa, no? I'll give you additional 10 seconds to finalize your answer. 10 seconds starts now. Ayan, sure na talaga yung iba sa sagot nila. 5. Ayaw namang budol, sir. A. Okay. 2. 3. 3. 4. 5. Okay. Ayan. So, ano kaya yung tamang sagot? Okay, let's start. So, again, everybody, these advantages are belong to, again, specificity and motivation. So, sino ang nag-develop nito again, everybody? Ang nag-develop ay na-mention ko to kanina, si Stevens. Okay? Again, ang nag-develop po nito ay si Stevens. So, how many specificity and motivation being followed by Stevens, no? It was being followed and summarizes into different advantages. And how many advantages do we have in ESP? We have 4 points. Again, we have 4 points, no, in our advantages of ESP. Ayan. Di na pala ako, sir, nagpabudol muna ako kasi yung panghuli talks about general English eh. Okay, sige. All right. So again, so the person who developed this one is Stevens, and according to him, no, it is summarizes into different advantages of ESP with the following 4 points. Now let's talk about the 4 points. Okay. Number one, being focused on the learner's needs. Okay, this is correct. Okay, this is an advantage of an ESP. Okay, being focused on the learner needs. Focus on the learner needs. Next, number two, makalipat ng pwesto sa hagdanan na wala signal sa room ko. Sige, laban po. Alright, it is relevant to the learner. Okay, this is also correct because of the word relevant to the learner. Okay? Number three. Ayan na. Pwede pa po magbago ng isip. Sure na? Okay, pwede pa po tayo magbago ng isip. Okay? 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 2. Okay, 2 and 1. All right, sige. All right. It is successful in importing in learning. Okay. Again, it is successful in importing learning. Is it correct? Makashock man ka, uy. Develop, di ba, 4 points of Steven. Ayan, nagsisimula na sila. Sure na kami. Correct ang A. Sure na, Sir A. O, sige na nga. So, it is successful in imparting learning. Is this correct? Yes, this is correct. Ayan. Oops, wait lang. Okay. Asa na yung pen ko? This one is correct. Okay, it is successful in imparting learning. Okay, so that is correct. How about number 4? Tama kaya ito? Sure na ba? 5, 4, 3, 2, 2. Sigurado na? Sana all paninindigan. Okay, negative ang 4. So, hindi. Wrong yan. Ayan, may paganyan-ganyan na, no? Ayan. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, sige na nga. Pagbigyan ko na kayo. Di kasi kulang ng isa. All right. So, what makes it negative? Because of the word less effective. Okay? It is less effective than general English is wrong. Okay, why? Because supposed to be, 'di ba sabi ko 4 points po no ang advantages. Yung 4 points po na tinutukoy dito is it is more cost effective than general English. Why it is cost effective? Remember kapag ESP, that is learner centered. Okay? Take a look at here, learner-centered. So definitely, it should be cost-effective. Mas effective siya compared sa general English. Why? Because kapag sinabi natin general English, the teachers, no, the teachers are into language-centered. They don't care about the students. They cared only to the language itself. Okay? That is language-centered. Yung general English. Okay? So dapat, again, this is cost effective. Ayan, cost effective. ESP is cost effective than general English. Again, what do you mean by general English? That means to say language. Okay? Centered. Okay. Okay, language-centered po. Okay? Si General English. While for ESP, it is cost-effective because it is learner-centered. Okay? Ayan. Or it is based on learners' needs. Okay. All right. So the correct answer is letter A. Ayan. 1, 2, and 3 ang tamang sagot. Okay? But again, ang ikaapat, it should be ESP cost effective than general English. Yan po ang tamang sagot. Okay? So congratulations po sa mga taong pinanindigan. Congratulations everyone. Ayan. Kasi hindi talaga kayo nagpabudol at nanindigan kayo sa inyong mga sagot. Okay. Good job everybody. Ayan. Manjud, ako answer ba? Lumipat lang. Ayan, Ma'am Roshan. Okay lang yan, di ba? That's part of learning. Okay, sana all pinanindigan. O, di ba? Sana all. Sana all pinanindigan. Okay, so take note ha of the following. Okay, everyone, before we proceed, sino nga ulit ang nag-develop ng advantages of ESP? Paki-type, mabilisan lang para makaproceed agad. Again, sino ang nag-develop ng advantages of ESP? Please type it now. Ay, kalayo na ninyo mga ma'am ug sir, oy. Ayan, Stevens. Okay, very good, no? Ayan, Stevens po, no, ang nag-develop ng approach, I am sorry, advantages na ito. Alright, good job. Paring, alright, si paring Steven. Ayan. Okay.